Hi, everybody, and welcome to tonight's episode of Plus One Shot, Shoot the Shit. We're going to be doing our 17th episode of this, and in this, oh boy, there's a lot of stuff going on in games, and it is starting to get a bit strenuous for part-timers like us, I think.
Why can't I hold all these systems?
That's like the Tupperware.
There's so many systems.
So we're going to talk about a lot of things tonight. We're going to be just rapid fire shooting through. We're going to talk about D&D updates that have been coming through. We're going to talk about some MCDM updates that have just been quietly rolling on by. And we're going to be talking about the big old last Daggerheart open beta update. And we're going to try to have something salient to say about that because, oh, they changed so many things.
Yeah.
My name's James. I sometimes run this thing. Other times other people do. Hopefully in the future we're going to see something else go on that I don't have to be a part of. That'll be cool. And then also we will be doing D&D Diablo, I think, tomorrow on this channel.
That is the plan, yes.
Yep. So with that in mind, I'm James. To my, oh God, my stage right is Charles.
Hi.
And then to his stage more right, I'm reaching for you, Philip. Reaching behind Charles's screen. It's like I can feel you. That's Philip.
All right.
Nice. And we're a bunch of friends who do this stuff on this Plus One Shot channel. Occasionally we'll play games together. Occasionally we'll just talk about games. This is the thing where I get to trap all my friends into a conversation with me for roughly 4 hours. But this time we're going to be doing something a little bit different. You might notice that I'm talking a little fast. And that's because we're going to do a lightning round. Because we have too many things to talk about. And I want to get to other stuff. But I don't want to miss the news.
We need sound drop. I want a lightning bolt sound drop. For the lightning round, we have to have one. Yeah, we definitely will.
We have a post.
Yeah, we have a post. I sit here and I make sure that all the sound sounds well enough, and then I click send. It's very strenuous.
Typical acquisition. Just get it in the can, toss it over the fence. It's fine.
I don't care who picks it up. I'm just throwing it. So anyway, today we're going to be talking about the three of the large... Oh, wait, you know what? I did want to do a news update real quick. Does anybody have any news? Because I have one item.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Shout out to Sam Riegel for getting through a battle with cancer because holy shit. If anybody hasn't seen Critical Role, just recently did a Sam specific update where he came and talked after having surgery on his, I think it was larynx?
I believe so.
Somewhere around the vocal area that, oh man, I can't imagine. And
no good. Yeah.
He was very frank and very honest, and it was very touching. So all the best to him and his. I hope that he's feeling much better on the up and up.
Yeah. It's very scary for someone who's, 90% of their livelihood is their voice.
Well, it reminds of the Julie Andrews thing. So
yeah, here's where I would like a hearty from the chat, wherever you are, whenever you're watching this, a hearty fuck cancer, because fuck that.
Yeah, seriously, fuck cancer. But with that out of the way, and good tidings to all involved, we're going to be talking about three of the largest names of TTRPG and the products that they're working on. One of them is going to be D&D, who has been just sending out a barrage, an absolute salvo of updates, and it's only going to get worse in the next coming week or two.
I like how you say worse.
We'll get into what. Well, I mean, so it's going to be focus fire. We're also going to talk about, and I wrote it down. It is D&D 5.2.7 Agile release candidate.
Okay.
That was just to make you shudder a little bit, Charles. I hope it worked.
Hey, 5.4.3 just came out. Nobody knows what software I'm talking about. That's fine.
I was close.
Yeah.
Pretty good. And then we're also going to talk about...
The last version of 4 was 4.2.7, so that's funny.
Yeah, that's how releases go. You just hop a complete version.
Why not?
So we're also going to talk about Daggerheart Update X, the damage thresholding. And we're going to talk
about that name.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about MCDM TTRPG, the quest for a name.
I like it.
Heard I was watching one of their Q&A videos, and they said something about like, yeah, once we get a name, and then like someone was like, and then they had this like moment, and like, do you know the name? And then the person's like, I don't think I'm supposed to, but maybe.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay.
There's a name.
Yeah,
someone find it. Leak it.
There's a lot of rumors, and I think the number one right now is Draw Steel.
Well, that's what you wanted.
Fucking amazing game, right? Yeah, it's an amazing name, and I hope that they do it.
How did they listen to our podcast about their game and then steal that from you? That is rude, is what that.
I think that's the like beginning of initiative is what they want to do. Like I mean, it's so full of flavor. We'll talk about it, but I do know that the VTT, and we'll talk about that, does have a name.
Oh,
yeah,
that's nice. I can't wait.
Yes.
So here's what I've given us: is today. We're all. I'm just gonna read from my notes for a little bit. We're all genuinely interested in how these all shake out, but more to the point. We're going to talk today about the absolute explosion of new tabletop RPGs with influencer backing that are hitting the internet, mostly Kickstarter, and what effect of that will be on the tabletop community in the coming year or 2 years or any amount of time. I'm very interested to see what this does for the landscape because I have no idea what it's going to do. So,
no clue.
With that in mind, I just wanted to get some honorable mentions in for other things that we won't be talking about tonight, but are currently getting updates, and those are, in no particular order, the people who make Myst are doing the Tokyo Otherscape. It just released. Pathfinder 2e, the new core, is coming out very soon and has a lot of videos publishing for what's different in it. Tales of the Valiant came out this month. I wasn't aware of that.
I had no idea.
DC-20 came in at what I could only describe as the worst possible moment into the zeitgeist, but hey, the Kickstarter did well, so they can't be but so upset.
And we wrote an episode, well, kind of. We have an outline about it. We just didn't get to do it.
And then, much like the news cycle, we just jumped. And we're like, oh, D&D stuff. Bye.
Yeah.
And then...
we'll come back to you, DC-20.
Yeah, Art Talsorian's also releasing a brand new original RPG, not a licensed property, Shadowscar. The starter set will be coming out at Gen Con. So those are just a bunch of big names in the industry that are all just publishing stuff all at once during the same sales cycle.
Yeah, I wanted to add a dishonorable mention. It's not really that dishonorable, but we talked about the Final Fantasy XIV TTRPG. They just announced that the player handbook analog for Japan is coming out November. For America, it's coming out February. It's very expensive and it doesn't have a PDF, and that's all I want to say about it for now. In fact, they have I lied. There's a deluxe edition of the player's handbook that costs as much as the entirety of D&D 5.27 Agile Release Candidate. Digital and physical put together. Yeah, it's $190 compared to $170 for all of the books on D&D Beyond and physical in your hand. That's weird. That's a lot.
I do want to talk about that too. I could have sworn at some point in the update menagerie that they gave us originally that like press release pseudo conference that Hasbro had Wizards of the Coast hold for D&D. I thought they said that the physical books were going to import into D&D Beyond. Did they not say that? And I just dreamed that in a feverish state.
I don't know. Maybe if you buy it physical in the store, because like they have a digital only bundle, a physical only bundle, and then both together. I just looked it up. It's $180.
Both costs.
Yeah.
With $60 off. So like you get one book.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I hope that when they're released in brick and mortar stores, they give you that, but I don't know.
I'm still interested to see. But so here's here's the deal, friends. We're 12 minutes into this video, Twitch, podcast, whatever thing that we do. And I said
by schedule.
And I said that this was a lightning round. And I got about 6. I got 6 pages of updates to D&D stuff to go through, and I'm only giving myself an hour. So when everybody's ready, I'm going to go ahead and start the clock.
Yeah, sure.
It'll be quick.
Go for it.
And time. All right, so D&D New Coke 5e. Shout out to Chris from Tree at Monk's Temple because he has the best roundup of all of these. If you have 10 hours on your hand, 15 hours on your hand, he will watch the videos and then comment when he can. He currently has a release copy of the book. He has the physical book at his house, and I'm not going to disclose his location because if I knew it, I would have stolen his book. But what he does is he sat down.
That's on the internet forever.
Shout out to Chris. He's a real one. He's been sitting there watching the videos and like a hawk and being like, what can I say? Whatever they say, I will expound upon, but I cannot go past the NDA until they do. And then he does that. And he kind of also generously winks at the camera and says, well, they didn't say anything about another feature that's prominent that if you didn't hear them talk about it and you know the UA, maybe it's not there anymore. No, he was very good about all of his doings, and it was a great thing to watch, and I recommend his channel, Tree at Monk's Temple, to anybody. He is especially a monk aficionado, which we all can appreciate here at Shoot the Shit. And then on top of all of that, we're just as a note, the reason he can't say anything is because there's an NDA until August 1st. For all people who got a pre-release copy of the book, and then they're allowed to talk about it, which is why I don't want to spend 3 weeks talking about what they said in the videos, because there's going to immediately be a surge online of everybody publishing their notes from the physical books that they have. And
happy birthday to me, I guess.
I mean,
great.
At least you're going to have all the voices in your ear, and they're not going to be the ones that you come up with yourself.
That's true. That's gonna be nice. Every once in a while, they push the rest of them out.
I'm running out of time. Getting into the Rogue class. The Rogue class update saw the following from the UA. It lost Disarm from its abilities in the Cunning Strikes. Also, Reliable Talent went to 7 from 11, which I'm a big fan of. Reliable Talent is what you multi-class Rogue to get to, and you have to really pick your poison with that one currently, at least Bard Rogue. It's like, do I go 11 Rogue, 9 Bard? Do I go 7 Rogue, 13 Bard? How do I parse this? And they made it easier for us. You can just get to 7 now. Not to mention, that's a sneak attack die right there. So, they get weapon masteries now. I think it's light weapons and bows. So, vexing things, Nick. They especially got Nick was something that was called out as one of the things they wanted to be able to give rogues so that they could swing. And then they get charisma on top of their slippery mind, wisdom increase. So now they just get all the mentals.
Absolutely great.
Yep. Just eating well. The assassin, moving on. In the assassin class, the assassin gets initiative advantage. You're going to see this a lot, by the way, because that is one of the candies they give out these days. And they get extra damage on not acted creatures. It does not have to be surprise, because surprise has changed. There's no longer the surprised condition. It is just you're going to get like advantage on initiative, I think. Is what they said.
Every DM thinks them, I think.
I will never be happier than not ever hearing in my life again. So if I just attack him while he's talking now, that's surprise round, right? It's like, well, first off, that's not a thing anymore. And second off, you're looking at him. You're not it's not surprising. You're going to have to draw out your sword and swing. He's going to see it. Well, but I want to hit him before I want to cast a spell before anybody does anything. I understand you want to do that, but you have to go blah, 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 blah for about 5 seconds. So anyway, that's going away.
If they don't know, even if they don't know what it is, they're going to tackle you because you're casting something.
It's like, if I just draw this gun and aim it at this king, he's going to let me shoot him, right? It's like, well, no. Actually, that was a bad analogy considering recent events. We're moving on. Assassin's Tools now gives you the toolkits. They realized that they were making you buy the toolkits because they didn't give them to you with the features, so that's fun. And then Roving Aim.
Such an oversight before.
Yeah, they had a few of those that they fixed that I think are really good. Roving Aim, Assassin can now move after Steady Aim. After. You have to have not moved before striking, but that's part of their features now. They get just add a bolt-in to one of the bolt-ins for Rogue, which I think is super cool. That they're doing that. By the way, the way we're talking about this, we're assuming that you've kind of been following the UAs. I'm not going to go that deep, but I will for the monk, but only because I love Charles.
I mean, if we went that deep on every class, we'd be here for 5 hours.
Yeah, I only have an hour for this, and I'm already 5 minutes in. I haven't even gotten through Assassin.
Mm.
So the mimicry feature is just a better version of what it was. Now it doesn't have all the precepts and caveats. It's a lot less time to actually get it online. You don't have to study a person for 5 years and then go to Juilliard to get an acting degree and then come back with your certificate of birth for being a different person. None of that anymore. It's more actively turn onlineable. You get envenom weapons, which buffs your poison cunning strike. It makes it deal poison damage. So it also makes things that are resistant to poison damage not resistant to you when you do it. So it's very nice bonus to one of the cunning strikes, and you're going to see that a bunch in a few of these classes as we go forward. And then finally, Death Strike is just on sneak attack on the first round. It gives you the ability to deal the extra damage, but it's first round only, and you have to have sneak attack. So
it's still an alpha strike, but it is only an alpha strike.
Yeah. Arcane Trickster got the following update. No magic school restrictions any longer exist on the spells you can take for the class.
So cool.
That is
very nice.
Immediately making it 5 times better for all the goofiness you had to do waiting for certain levels to be allowed to get certain spells. That's going to be a nice bonus. Your Arcane Focus, you're allowed to use one now rather than having to do material components. That's always nice.
Yeah.
They gave us more enhancements to the Mage Hand Legerdemain, but they did not say what. And Chris was not allowed to say what. And I want to know what, but I think I know what it is. And my guess is that it is no longer this cagey, I have to cast it once a minute thing. Because the original Mage Hand Legerdemain was cool, but you had to cast it physically and visually as an action on, or might have been a bonus action, I think, for Trickster, but still, you had to cast it, and you had to use verbal and somatic components, I believe, to do so. So it wasn't sneaky, and you had to re-up it every minute, because it's not a concentration spell, but it is a minute duration spell. So my guess is you can just kind of passively have your Mage Hand out like a familiar now, or at least that's my hope.
Sure. Yeah, like what I thought there was it's going to be like the Barbarian's Rage, which we'll talk about, where you can extend it as a bonus action.
We're not talking about that today. We talked about it last time.
That's right. You're right.
We have 8 other classes to go through.
Wow.
Let's not add more.
Go watch our previous episode where we talk about the Barbarian and the Fighter and the Paladin. I agree with the Paladin changes. Fight me. So, but other than that, you get your trip cunning strike. You get to trip an additional person as a Arcane Trickster. Your Mage Hand goes and futzes with their shoelaces or something. And then they said that Spell Thief is vastly improved, and I don't know how because they didn't explain it. I went to nope. Yep, hold on. Ranger, Sorcerer, Wizard, Cleric, Monk, Rogue. By the way, there's also all these very handy sites on D&D Beyond that you can go to that are just 2014 versus 2024, and you can see what the changes are for a lot of the things. Versatile Trickster has been changed, so when you use the trip option, you can target an additional creature within 5 feet. Nope. That's all it says. So it doesn't give any additional updates for what Spell Thief does, so we don't know. So moving on, we get the Soul Knife. The Soul Knife is basically just the Tasha's Soul Knife, and it's going to have an improvement to the blades, but they did not explain what it is. But if I had to guess, well, they did kind of explain it a little bit. Basically, they fixed the action wonkiness of it, and they made it so you can make opportunity attacks with it. But as Chris explained, it's only opportunity attacks, not off-turn attacks. So if you get a commanding strike or anything else like that, something else that can trigger an additional attack off-turn, you can't use it. But what I'm hopeful of is if you multi-class as a rogue and you like to use your psychic blades, they don't just disappear the minute you hit someone with them in case you want to hit again with a secondary attack.
Yes.
That would be nice.
I mean, they're trying to be Jarlaxle, really. And I mean, I appreciate that. However, they're real knives. Let's make some real knives. Let's have some knives so I can use them, please.
Yeah.
I like the idea of it's like, but I didn't have a knife. I couldn't have stabbed him in the head. But
I think it should be a decision, you know.
yeah, I mean, you can always carry a knife on you. That's not nobody's stopping you.
True. That's
Except
true.
for security. When they do, you hit them with a psychic knife. Nobody knows what happened.
Exactly. But I just would hope that they could last for as long as you feel like. Just make it a free action to get rid of them. Who cares? Nobody cares about drawing anymore.
Yeah,
It's okay.
That's true. And what I would love to see is I'm not going to be salty about the fighter right now. We're going to move on. We don't have time. It also they gave the Psyblade the Vex Mastery property.
Yeah.
Which is nice because previously you couldn't have a mastery property on a fake weapon.
Because they ain't real.
Yeah. So now you can have mastery with them and have that. Thief, there's nothing really different from the UA, but I just want to go over some of the key points in it. Fast Hands now works for magic item activation, which is a huge buff that everybody kind of already thought it did.
Crazy.
You couldn't even you couldn't bonus action a potion by raw with magic with magic item Fast Hands, or with Fast Hands originally, because interacting with a potion is a magic item, is activating a magic item. It is not in fact using an object. That was wonky. Second story work has just been caveated to say it's a climb speed that it gives you, which is what it already did.
Yeah.
But now it says
not worded that way.
Yeah. So now it's not just, I climb up ladders twice as fast, but I can't scale, or how's that work?
Now, gives you a climb speed equal to your walking speed, I'm guessing.
I believe so. Basically,
Monk,
it does exactly
rogue,
what it
going
did.
up.
Just going up walls together.
Yep.
Both about as fast as the other these days.
Yeah, these days.
Yeah. And then finally, Thief gets Supreme Sneak, which was a new cunning strike that they get if they hit and they spend some dice they can stay hidden, which is just so cool. And they stole a piece of as a thief, they stole a piece of the Artificer, and they get +1 attunement slot at a certain level.
What is an Artificer?
I don't know.
Never seen one of those.
I think I just said it. Like this word came out. And it sounded
it's
garbled.
from like 4th edition or something, right?
Yeah. It's like
that
one of
makes
those. I think it was like a supplement class for like one of the things that Keith Baker did, like like individually for Eberron stuff.
Yeah, splat books and all. Yeah,
that's probably it. Warlock updates. Boo, no Intlock anymore. I'm mad at this playtest now.
Mad.
Forever.
Mad. Yep.
I wish it would be.
Yeah.
I get it. It's just I wish we didn't have 5 billion charisma classes and no int classes. Also, let me wield a blade as an int caster. That isn't just a fighter.
Yeah.
Please. Anyway, magical cunning is now once per long rest, which is recovering of your warlock slots by not spending a short rest.
Yeah.
So I don't really understand that. It's like for most of the game, 2, maybe 3 spells. So for 1 minute, you get to take back half of your spells. So for the first half of the game, you get 1 more spell. And for the last half of the game, well, I don't know, what's half of 3? 1. So you get 1 more spell.
Yeah.
Well, hold on now.
So it's like
true.
If you go between 2 fights and you haven't taken a short rest, you can have 1 spell. I mean, because I guess that's the thing. Like, I've sent 2 spells, my only 2 spells in this fight. Now we need to take a short rest. We've been ambushed. Hang on, let me wait a minute, and I'll get 1 of my 2 spells back for the next fight. Except you're not going to wait a minute, because that's 10 rounds, you're dead.
Yeah.
And you're not going to use it because you probably think you're going to go into a short rest.
I feel like
I don't really know what the point of it is.
It should be at the start of initiative, I feel.
I'm trying to find it because it's not different than it was in the UA.
So
yeah.
Maybe they're going to get more spells or something. Like, I don't... Like, if you get more spell slots, then this makes sense.
Yeah.
But I don't... If you only get 2 spells, a 1 minute rest to get 1 spell back for the first half, and I don't even know what they're doing a 3. If they're still rounding that down to only 1 spell, then it doesn't even give you a second spell until level 17. So I don't know when you would use
I think that's right.
It's goofy, but at the same time, I think they did this for a lot of the classes that were feeling the squeeze from being short rest things that don't get to do much. Monk has something similar. but I think it
Okay.
gives you all your slots back, not just one. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Here, let me check. 'Cause it'll say what's different.
Last thing I was looking.
You might be right. I just might have not
I thought
checked up on it. You know.
new.
Yeah.
Does New
Once per
Warlock
long
have more
rest,
spells?
complete a 1-minute ritual to restore half of your maximum packed magic spell slots,
Mm-hmm.
and you get 2 up until level 11. So you get 1 back on a 1-minute ritual.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It seems to me if you we're in a fight, you use
Mhm.
both of your spells and then you stuck to cantrips, and you're like, okay, we're done, and everyone's like, let's keep going, and you're like, well, can we take a short rest? I need a short rest. And they're like, no, hold on, we'll do it later. Okay, well, give me 1 minute. You do that, you get that 1 spell back, and then when you get into your next fight, you do something.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're gonna do like you're gonna use it as a utility. Like, oh, we need to be able to do this thing. Give me 1 minute. I can do this, and then I'll cast a special,
Mhm.
some kind of utility spell so we can jump over a chasm. I don't know.
I do think, for what it's worth, that Warlocks got more packed spells now.
I think so. And I think the only other thing that I noticed was they do say round up. So even so you get 2.
You get 2 back once you're at level 11.
Yay.
11.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah.
It's still better than it was, I think, is the way that
Sure.
we edge it out. It's
Sure.
certainly better than always having to be a long rest. It's not as good as Monk
Yeah.
go burr, but
Yeah.
Monk deserves to go burr. Warlock's always been strong, and honestly, even with no real increase to their slots, and actually if they had just taken the Mystic Arcana bullshit invocation thing that we were given in that new playtest thing, they would have been as strong
Yeah.
as normal casters.
But
Regardless, Warlocks are looking beefy as hell here. Like, the Pact of the Blade, especially at one of the playtest points, was rivaling fighters, and actually by rivaling I mean better than fighters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So,
They are not unique. So you can take Pact of the Blade, Tome, and Chain, all 3 if you want.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
I think
and Agonizing Blast now applies to all cantrips.
Yeah, you can set up other cantrips. So pre-level 5 that can be fun, but then you're probably going to respec it to just be Eldritch Blast anyway. But
Sure.
it does that. Eldritch Invocations now start at level 1, and the level 1 ones are very heavily restricted. I think they're all the pacts, basically.
Yeah, I think so.
And then many level requirements have changed for invocations, which, thank God, a lot of the invocations had an insane requirement. Level 9
For no reason.
Jump. Why? So they changed that. That's good. Pact of the Blade scales on its own. You just get the pact, and then you don't have to upgrade it with Hungering Blade or Thirsting Blade, whatever it was, anymore. But you can also give it the thing that hits people, deals an extra die of damage, and heals you for that damage die, which is insane.
Nice.
Fiend Warlock is feasting. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. And then you can slide into your patrons' DMs, because that's fun.
Yep.
Always.
That
Always good.
Juicy interaction. Archfey is no real difference from the UAs. I'm just gonna say it's teleport noodly bonus fun. You get to bamf around as much as you want. It does a lot of different triggered effects, and you get like I want to say proficiency or your charisma modifier free Misty Steps, and with those Misty Steps come triggers.
Yep.
And so that's
you
all.
You are a Nightcrawler.
Yeah, you're Nightcrawler. You can look that up.
Get Pact of the Blade. Get Archfey. You're a Nightcrawler now. Enjoy.
Tiefling, yeah. Blue Tiefling. Yeah. No, that.
Like, seriously, you're Nightcrawler, and I love that.
That man. Now I like it. I didn't before, but I do now. The main difference to Celestial patron from the original one is your unyielding resilience, or whatever it was for your Celestial feature, can now apply to one of your allies if they fall to 0 hit points, making it more useful.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Also grants 10 HP.
Yeah.
Yep. Nice.
Makes it so you won't just fall right back down immediately, which is something they've been trying to fix with a lot of these updates. Fiend gets Dark One's own luck is charisma times per long rest, which is as opposed to just one per short, which is real nice.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dark One's blessing is also on an ally kill.
That is unhinged.
It
I love it.
It truly is. People who are complaining, people who complain that Hexblade isn't here, and listen, I'm a Blade
I get it.
main. I understand, but I can make an Abjuration Wizard, so you can make a Fiend Warlock. Okay, it's better. It's got
Fair.
all the things that Hexblade did. It's just as good, and plus you can hurl someone through hell, and that's hilarious.
Is very good.
But they also put a saving throw on that now because, for obvious reasons, it was a little bit broken to just be able to camp somebody out of a fight once. But I think
yeah, also... for that you need to play Abjuration Wizard because then you can banish someone with a bonus.
Yeah. But also, hurl through hell you can recharge with one of your pack slots, I believe, which makes it cooler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there is that. Then also on top of that, we have the Great Old One. Which basically has some synergies now with Summon Thrall. It's one of the Summon Aberration, I want to say, is the spell that is actually speaking to. And then you get Psychic Spells, which is basically you can make the damage on any of your spells turn to psychic damage, which is super cool. And then you get Clairvoyant Combat, which is Angry Mind Meld. You can just connect to an enemy and as opposed to an ally, and then you can do all sorts of mean stuff to them while you're fighting them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool. And
could I get advantage? No, I can't get advantage. Can I make them incur disadvantage on Vicious Mockery because they can't not hear it?
I feel like
if I was a Bardlock,
I feel like there was a thing for this, but I can't find the Warlock UA. Was it 7? I don't know that I have it here, sadly.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, this is only...
And can I do Agonizing Blast on Vicious Mockery?
I don't see why not.
Wait, Vicious Mockery is the cantrip, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. That'll be fun.
That's a literal thing you're allowed to do. God, Careless Whisper making a return.
Right.
Wait, where is it? Wow, really? That did that? Okay, where...
What?
I'm being bad at things because this is locking in and getting covered completely by something, and so it gets mad. Sorry, I'm trying to get to my stuff.
Looks like the Eldritch Blast, Agonizing Blast is only for your known Warlock cantrip.
Yeah. They would. They would do that.
Well, it's a
it would
cantrip.
make sense.
You can pick Warlock cantrip. Can you pick...
I don't think you can pick Vicious Mockery or like Booming Blade. And I think that's really why they did it. Like Booming Blade as a cantrip with Agonizing Blast. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't let them do that. Or whatever, Green Fire Blade or whatever.
Psychic damage, that'd be a bit strong.
Yeah, and then add Agonizing Blast on top of it.
Yeah, Clairvoyant Combat. Let's see. It's you learn to read the attacks and minds you touch. When you form a telepathic bond with a creature using Awakened Mind, you can force that creature to make a Wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, the creature has disadvantage on attack rolls against you. You have advantage on attack rolls against that creature for the duration.
Well, there you go.
Agonizing Blast is going to be hilarious.
Wow. Yeah.
You can restore it.
Yeah, for all of my rays.
Yeah. All my rays. Advantage. And it does not break with concentration.
Oh,
so
man.
If they fail that save, that's their life now. It does not even say or until you become incapacitated. It's just that's where they
maybe
live now.
In the
they
full
live
text
in their head.
Yeah.
So that's all the Warlock stuff. It's basically they did a lot of I liked what they changed and nobody else did, so I guess I'll just shut up. But I was really excited for the most Swiss Army knife Warlock that I've ever seen to date that they came out with all those changes.
I do like the changes because they said also that the invocations aren't going to be using your packed magic slots or won't always be using your packed magic slots. So you have essentially more spells than you did before.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I get 2 magical spells. Do I want to use one of them on disguise?
Oh, and something that I did forget to mention is the spell lists for all warlock classes. This is still just UA stuff. The spell lists for all warlock classes are now included into your spells. They are not things you could pick from, which is what originally was for the 2014 version of the warlock. It did not give you spells for your spell lists. It gave you the option to get other spells.
Yeah.
So now it's just you get those and you can cast one of them per long rest for free. So you do technically have an extra spell slot. I think, if that stayed. I believe it did.
I think so, yeah.
Maybe it didn't. Did that go away? Ooh.
I don't think so.
I'm not seeing it in patron spells.
Oh, if it's not in there, then yeah.
Oh.
Because that's where it should be.
Well, you complained too hard and you lost something cool. What can I say? Moving on. The Druid. There's Wild Shape. There's a link for it. You should just go to it because it's a lot. But I'll go ahead and try to explain it for you because this is all brand new to this playtest cycle that we have. The changes to Wild Shape are: from an action is now a bonus action. Instead of 2 uses, unlimited uses at 20, you get 2 uses starting at level 2, 3 starting at level 6, 4 uses at level 17. You can regain them 1 when you take a short rest, all when you take a long rest, and starting at level 5, you can use Wild Resurgence to restore a use by expending a spell slot. You may also eat a Wild Shape to expend or to restore a level 1 spell slot. No coffee locking. You can only do that once per long rest.
Mm-hmm.
And then at level 20, when you roll initiative,
They learn.
Have no uses, gain 1. Did they, though? There's something else that Chris noticed on Treant Monk's Temple that I'm going to come up with later with the cleric. Has to do with Divine Intervention. It's funny. Hit points in Wild Shape. When you transform, you used to assume the hit points of the animal. Now you just get 10 HP equal to your Druid level. But when that HP is gone, you do not lose your form. You can choose to drop form, but you have your regular HP. No more having 1 HP as a mouse and having your DM step on you. Pretty similar stuff for the form limitations, except for you have now a set number of known forms rather than having to be a creature you've seen before. You just get to pick 4 at level 2. You get 2 more at level 4, and you get 2 more at level 8. So 4, 6, 8. On top of this, all of the CRs are the same as they used to be. However, there is no longer a restriction on swim speed. You only have a restriction on fly speed until level 8, where you can fly and be CR 1. When you finish a long rest, you can replace one known form with another eligible one, and you can speak in Wild Shape.
Oh, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah. Damage in Wild Shape, you can select. There's a bunch of different extra stuff that they did to augment your damage types while you're in Wild Shape. It has to do with Primal Strike. Grants an additional 1d8 of cold, fire, lightning, or thunder when you hit a creature using a weapon or a beast form attack. Damage type is chosen on hit. And then it increases to 2d8 at level 15. So that's fun. And if you're a Moon Druid, you get even more things. Wild Companion is also another option for your Wild Shape. You can burn a Wild Shape to use Find Familiar. Speaking of which, all of the good familiars are now Pact of the Chain. You used to be able to do a bunch of different, like, real cheesy or nasty familiars as a regular familiar caster. And like the Venomous Snake, that is exclusive to the Warlock now. That is now a greater familiar. So a lot of jank removed there, but added back in if you want to be a specialty class, which I appreciate that.
Yeah. You want that smoke if you pick something that focuses on it.
Yeah, you want to be rewarded for being a degenerate. You don't want to have to work hard at it. That'd be silly. Is Druid on this one? It is. Please. There we go. That's clear. What? Druid level. Like, oh. I found a typo. Light Domain spell says Druid level. Prepared spells.
Oopsie.
Not a typo, but you know, mistype. So let's see. Other things that we can look at as we're looking at this is Circle of the Moon. Gives you a bunch of extra. Basically, it enhances your Wild Shape way better than it used to. So, like, if you are, let's see, land, circle, moon, circle, sea, circle, stars. Also, it's land, sea, stars, and moon, which I think is just a great set
It's
of
a great
subclasses.
theme.
Yeah, they definitely, and they also have it like moon and the stars are parallels, and land and sea, I
Mhm.
believe, are parallels. They
Right.
explained it out
Makes
pretty
sense.
well, but they definitely had some holistic thought process going into this.
Mhm.
Um, let's see. Subclass. That's elemental fury. That's a bunch of things. I'm trying
Yeah.
not to go too hard into all of this, but I do want to talk about Circle of Moon a little bit because that's one of the ones people are going to care about. Your armor class. When you assume wild shape, compare beast AC to yours. When it's higher, you use whichever AC is higher. Is no longer the truth. What it is your AC is now your beast AC equals 13 plus your wisdom modifier.
Just
Very nice.
pretty nice.
It's gonna be better than any AC you had as a druid or as a animal,
Absolutely.
which means you won't
It
get hit as
buries Barkskin because Barkskin's only 16, I believe.
much. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's nice.
Who uses that spell anymore? It used to be so good in 3.
So many people that I have introduced 5e to who play druids are like, Barkskin, that sounds cool. And then they get to try and use it and they're like, this is really useless. And I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
you can switch it out if you want. You're a prepared spellcaster. It's fine.
Yeah, and so
It's a trap. It really is a trap.
it's a trap pick. I don't know why it's there. You get more temp
Mm.
HP as if you're a Circle of the Moon. And you get a bigger
Yep.
list of beasts to choose from. However, something that they did that's nice that they did in the player's handbook apparently is they've given you an entire list of CR1 quarter to CR1 beasts that you can choose as a druid, and they give you the
Yeah.
stat blocks
Very nice.
right there in the book.
Right there. Yeah,
But
you
if
don't
you're
have to
Circle of
look
the Moon,
around
fuck
for it.
off and go find the monster manual because that's too
Yeah.
many. You can't. They couldn't.
We're not putting that in our layout.
At one
You
point
already
while I
know
was
if you're gonna go in depth
Mm.
of that level, you already know what you want. That's why you.
Yeah, exactly.
Where's the T-Rex? Come here. Have you
Yeah.
seen one of those before? I don't have to anymore. It just has to count. It's one of my 6. Get off my dick. And so you get the ability to cast some animalistic spells, I believe, also in your wild shape, like Moonbeam, things like that.
Very cool.
There's also 2 new druid cantrips, Starry Wisp and Elementalism, that kind of fall into stuff. And you can have Moonlit Step as a Circle of the Moon druid that you can use to teleport as an alt teleport spell. And you don't have to be in your wild shape to do it, but it helps.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it's really cool to teleport as a, I don't know, bear, whatever you're going to do. I don't play druid. I've never played a druid. You teleport, but be an animal.
Yeah, teleport, be an animal, talk now, stare the person down and say, you picked the wrong forest, and you slap them with your bear claw. And they get dealt fire damage. They wonder what the hell's happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Circle of the Land, you get new circle lists, and apparently they're super good. We don't get to see them yet.
Not yet.
And you get damage resistances at level 10 that you can cycle between at your leisure. Also, you can cycle between the circle lists now. You don't have to pick one at the beginning of getting the class and then realize you picked wrong.
So cool.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
Very nice.
I love that.
A lot of modularity now. I need to get over the Totem Barbarian. I know that I complained about flavor, but also I realized later I was like, well, you could just have all the tattoos on you. You could just attune to different ones as your.
Yep.
It's fine. It's all good. Just.
It's good. Options are good.
Yeah. Options better than less. Land's Aid is now a way to use wild shape for basically a bubble heal harm effect as far as it was in the playtest.
So cool.
They didn't go into it in the video, so Chris didn't go into it, and he kind of seemed like maybe it was a little bit different than it was previously. I don't know. And then natural recovery, the same thing you always got, which is oh wait, no, it's different. You get like +1 level 1 spell on top of your recover now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So you get extra. All right.
Yeah, a little bit more from the sound of it. So that's nice. Circle of the Sea, it's new to the playtest. Yeah. You get Wrath of the Sea. It's cold damage, not thunder. It used to be thunder.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And then they took Sleet Storm off the list and they added water breathing to it and took out the class feature that gave you water breathing, and instead it's just on your spell list.
I don't like that at all, but that's okay.
You would have rather had Sleet Storm?
Oh yeah, just because it's funny.
But what if I told you that while you're in your Storm Fury thing, you can fly?
So I'm a storm sorcerer.
Well, calm down, Charles, because we just got to Wizard.
I know.
All right, so in the Wizard, they took away our toys. They gave us a bunch of fun little
They did.
toy shaping whatever spells. Now we just get Memorize spell, and that takes an hour to do
Yeah.
now instead of
Ugh.
you're making us spend a spell slot to do something that takes an hour just to replace out a spell. Can I just take a short rest and get it? Why is this not?
Look, wizards are still quadratic, where everybody. Well, martials are still linear. I don't care what you say about weapon mastery; they're still linear. So I mean, wizards and
They
casters are
restricted the
still
Wizard
better.
back down because it's still the best one. I get it. And
Yeah.
also they gave all the subclasses so much more juice, so
They did.
the bigger
They
spell
did.
list is the true shadow buff to the wizard class. There's more spells in this game, and wizards can cast most of them out of anybody. So all the new summon spells, all the new casting spells, all the new upgrades to the damage dice on evocation spells, that will all make wizards stronger than they already are. And when people looked at that and they said, why are you giving them special spell modifications on top of it that are ridiculous and make components go away? And they were like, yeah,
Fair
we did
point.
kind of lore wizard that, didn't we? We'll take it away.
I know we'll talk about Ranger, and I don't want to take this away from them, but if Steel Wind Strike is only Ranger and not Wizard, I am big mad. That's all I care about. I like Steel Wind Strike as a wizard.
I understand, and I also do as the Blade Singer boy that I am. But
Yeah.
I have some even more interesting news for you regarding that later.
Yep.
You can cantrip swap on a short rest. That's better than anybody else does.
Really cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get Scholar, which is my favorite thing. You get one knowledge skill that you're better at than a fucking bard or a rogue.
Insane.
God damn wizard.
Insane. I have seen a lot of people and gnashing of teeth that people are like, well, why would I even be a rogue or a bard now? Everybody's getting expertise. Yeah, because they're an expert in one thing. It's fine.
You get to be an
Leave them
expert
alone.
in 7 things if you pick bard
Yeah.
and rogue. Calm down. You're fine.
Yeah.
No one's stealing your toys, I promise. We're just playing with them a little. Memorize spell got super weakened. It's now on a short rest. And then spell mastery spells must be action spells now, so no shield for free for you, fucko.
But it's fine. It makes
it's
sense.
correct. It's the correct thing to do.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's like, what are the 2 spells you want? It's like, I want shield and absorb elements. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So moving on. Abjurer, because this is the one. Spells reclassed as abjurations make it so that this class is just stronger now.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I can't wait to see that full list.
Yeah. This spell list is going to be nuts because I'm not even going over the spell talk that they had because it was a big nothing.
No.
They did not tell us.
Yeah.
So they basically said
detail.
Cure Wounds is 2d8 plus 2d8 scaling now. I was like, that's great. That was in the playtest.
Yeah.
Give us something new. Savant updates gives you extra school spells. You get 2 when you get your subclass. You get 1 per level, which I think means that wizards get 3 spells per level now.
It's crazy, yeah.
What?
3 spells per level, and one of them has to be your school, but that's what?
And now
There's only like 1 abjuration spell per level anyway.
Yeah.
One good one.
But what I love about this is that there is actually a dilemma that exists. It is a very niche dilemma, but you find it in organized play. If you are playing a wizard in organized play, there is the buy inside mentality. What that means is you never take an evocation spell as your level spell if you are an evocation wizard. You buy that shit in a scroll and you take the thing that would cost full price for you for free.
Exactly.
So you'll have a bunch of evocation wizards who go out of their way to take any spell but an evocation spell.
Yep.
And it was very
optimal.
dissonant. So now it's like you can have 2 of whatever you want and 1 free evocation. At least I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
If it's 1 and 1, then I'm going to be kind of sad.
Yeah. We'll see. There's no detail on that. I think it would still be fine, but
This doesn't help. Wizards of the Coast. Is that it? Really? Was there no wizard on this one? Where's wizard?
What?
Sorry, I was trying to look through the plates.
What, D&D Beyond?
Yeah, I guess D&D Beyond. I can look it up there. I guess I should have had a secondary pop-up for that. That's on me. Here, let's see. Was it?
I can try and find it.
I already have the D&D Beyond page up at least. So let's see. Spellcasting.
Yeah, it's 3. All
Yeah.
Wizards of West get 2 free spells from their school, another free spell each time they gain access to a new level of spell slots.
Yep. Oh, wait.
So many.
2
So it's
free
just
spells
so at
from
level
their school
three.
plus 1. I think that's a
So yeah,
mistake.
at level 3 you get 3 new spells, and then
But it
going
doesn't.
forward you'll gain 1 spell slot.
Got you.
Yeah. Well,
You're
you gain
gaining
1
spell
free.
per
Yeah.
And then I think you still
every
get your
other
2
level.
to your spell book per level.
Yeah.
Because that's just a flat scaling that they always
Yeah,
do.
they're not changing that.
If they did, they would be nerfing the wizard significantly. So I can't imagine they do. So either way, so you get rid of that buy inside mentality that happens in organized play. I'm a big fan of that because as an evocation wizard, I don't want to be sitting here grabbing everything but evocation and trying to sit here and pay for my schooling.
Yeah.
Besides that, Arcane Ward, you're required to spend a spell slot now to trigger it. No more taking 2 levels of Warlock and just casting Mage Armor on yourself.
Armor of Agathis?
No, it was Mage Armor that you can cast for free.
Yeah, I can't remember the evocation or invocation that did it, but yeah. I mean, I would always take that, but
Yeah, you would always take that just for good, but the Abjuration Wizard would take it because it filled up their shield slots.
That's what I mean as an Abjuration Wizard.
Oh, yeah, no, it was janky as hell, but it was good. But they said if you don't spend a spell slot, you don't get anything for it. But because of that, your resistance is now applied prior to taking damage from your shield. So,
which is great.
The resistances that you gain as an Abjuration Wizard, which are pretty hefty later on, as I recall, I think they have resistance to all spells at some point, if that's still there.
Yeah. And the best part is when you put your ward on someone else, their resistances count first, too.
Exactly.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes, so it's great.
Something else that's really nice is Spellbreaker. In Spellbreaker, you get to spell and counterspell for free in your spell list. And if it fails, you don't waste the spell slot.
This means counterspell everything. Just try it. Why not?
And
you got a reaction, use it.
And you can cast Dispel as a bonus action. Pretty cool.
Abjuration Wizard is going to annoy the shit out of DMs. Just going to tell you right now.
Which is fair because the next one that comes up is basically more of the same it ever was, which is the Diviner.
True.
You still get your Portents. You still get most of your things. You get Divination Savant. And then Third Eye is now a bonus action to trigger. That's basically the only change. They weren't going to jank up the thing that was already working well. All good. Going to the Evoker, I have almost nothing to say about it because basically Potent Cantrip now triggers on attacks or saves, and that's about the biggest change, besides the fact that they swapped Potent Cantrip and Spell Sculpt. That's about it. So there's this little pain point where you have one level where you have Fireball and you don't have Sculpt Spell yet.
But I love that. That's good. That's good friction with your party.
It does make me a little bit sad, though, because as a low-level Evoker, I remember knocking an ooze off of one of our friends by thunder waving the friend and being like, not you, only him.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
It was fun low-level jank, but I can take this, too. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then Illusionist. Oh, Illusionist. Improved Illusions now gives you no verbal components for your illusions. It gives you a range of 60 plus on any illusion spell you cast, and your minor illusion is now a bonus action. Yeah. On top of getting what it used to do for just that, which was it made it so that your illusions could make noise and sight.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could either do one or the other with minor illusion normally, and they get the cantrip better. But now you get all that on top of it, which is really good.
Really, really good, yeah.
And helps fight the, I'm an illusionist, why can't I make this illusion in a way that people don't notice it's me doing it? So that's nice.
Yeah.
Phantasmal creatures, you can summon beasts and summon fae, and you get a weird jank where you can summon them as an illusion for half their hit points and not spend a spell slot, I think.
Yeah.
Interesting. That is interesting, yeah.
It's kind of wild, and an illusionist wizard is also going to be a terror for a DM. Just gonna say it.
Oh, all
Oh my
of the
goodness.
wizards are going to be terrors for the DM.
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Every single one. You're going to be like, it doesn't matter what wizard they're playing, they're a wizard.
Mm.
Illusory Self is now on hit instead of casting as someone swings at you, and you can you can restore it for a spell. So you can get another you can restore the ability, because you used to only be like once, I think, a short or a long rest, I forget which.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
it also gives, apparently in the book, they're going to have some guidance on how illusions work and how you should be able to use them, because apparently it's a big point of contention in 2014, which I agree. There's a lot of, how do you tell that's an illusion? How do you not tell that's an illusion? How would you not know that's an illusion with X, Y, and Z going on? Blah, blah, blah. A lot of times DMs would just flat out ignore illusions.
Yeah. It's been needed since 3.5, and probably before that. I just didn't play before that. So
yeah. Hey, we made it to Ranger. How am I doing? I'm not doing well, boys.
You're doing
great. We're 45 minutes in. In the Ranger, your spellcasting's at level 1 now. Rangers can now swap one spell per long rest. That's cool.
Cool. That is very cool, yeah.
Hunter's Mark is, you can do it X times without spending a spell slot, and then you must concentrate again still now. You don't just get it for free, which is fine, because people were doubling up on casting Hunter's Mark with and then without concentration. It was really janky. It was kind of gross.
Yep.
It didn't need to happen. Rangers get all weapon masteries available to them. They also get Deft Explorer, which is expertise, and 2 languages. That's fun and flavorful and also useful.
Pretty great.
That is in place of what they used to get, which I think they got expertise without calling it expertise, because remember, the 2014 book, expertise was not a keyword. It was an ability that rogues and bards had. It doubled your proficiency bonus, but doubled your proficiency bonus was not called expertise then. It is now.
Yep.
Okay, just some clarification. Nice.
Yeah.
So Rangers had expertise with their Wild Explorer feature, or whatever the hell it was, where as long as they were in their suitable terrain, any of their tracking, perception, etc. checks were all at doubled proficiency. But it didn't call it expertise; it called it doubled proficiency. So for all the people complaining that Rangers are getting expertise, they already had it. It just wasn't called that yet.
Yeah.
Stop. Get help.
It's fine.
Are
you really gonna try and punch down at Ranger? Leave them alone.
Look at that.
Do you know what they've been through?
His dog, they've been hurt enough.
Yeah.
So you get any fighting style that you want, and on top of that, you can choose the fighting style Druidic Warrior, which gives you Druid cantrips. 2 of them, I believe. That's from the playtest. Pretty cool. Roving now gives you plus 10 feet movement speed, and it also gives you climb and swim speed. This is better than Tasha's, which was 5 feet, and then I think increased later. You also get Tireless, which is just granting yourself temp HP a number of times per day, and it also ties into it that when you rest, you reduce exhaustion better than most people do. I don't see that ever coming up, because I don't see us ever using exhaustion as much as they want us to, but that's fun.
Hey, maybe look, my bard got exhausted from falling into water. Yeah, and it sucked.
What kind of DM would do that to you, Charles? That sounds really rude.
Sounds like an ass move for anyone. Whole counter was based around it.
Yeah. It's the whole thing.
One person took 1 level of exhaustion in the entire event.
Hooray. Yep, that's about how that goes. At level 13, damage no con break Hunter's Mark. I was typing with one hand. You taking damage will not break your concentration on Hunter's Mark. At level 13.
Yeah.
It takes a bit. And then Nature's Veil.
It takes a while.
Yeah, Nature's Veil, you can bonus action invisible till the end of your turn. And Charles, I need you to understand that this is level 13, because it's very important to understand what this does. It does not cast invisibility. This does not break when you use an action. It lasts to your next turn, which means you can steal Wind Strike after you bonus action hide, and you can hit all the people while you're invisible and roll at advantage.
It's pretty cool.
I love
I mean,
it.
like
This is a
that wombo
jank
combo was
that I went out
Yeah.
of my way to do a what's the prepared spell thing in Wizard? Stored spell. No.
I can't remember what it's called.
But it's like a level 6 spell.
Memorize spell?
Huh?
Yeah.
Memorize spell? Is that what you're talking about?
No. There's a spell that you can cast that basically stores a spell with a condition on you somewhere.
Contingency?
Contingency, yeah. I would cast contingency with my Blade Singer, and she would have a call word that would turn her invisible so that I could do that and then immediately steal Wind Strike. The Ranger just gets to do that without janking.
Yeah, greater invisibility was great for Steel Wind.
Yeah. And this, you don't even need it on Ranger. You just go invisible and then suddenly you murdered everyone.
Cool. I love it for Rangers. Rangers are really going to have to embrace spells. I've heard so many people be so mad about Ranger. Embrace the spells. It'll be okay.
Ranger spells are great. And also spell protection is a thing now. When we get to Bard eventually, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah.
Blind sight up to 30 feet rather than the 10 feet. You know something's around you. And then you get permanent advantage later on against marked creatures. Good times. Nice. The Beastmaster subclass is mostly Tasha's stuff. The Beastmaster Companion is commandable and with a bonus action, its strength its strength and its armor both scale off of your wisdom modifier. Now, on top of that, it will get your Hunter's Mark at level 11. And apparently in playtest, this was disgusting.
I believe it.
I don't know how many attacks your Beast Companions get these days. I know they were reduced to 1 attack back in the day, but who's to say what the templates do these days? I think they scale at a certain level and get multi-attack.
I think they do as well. I'm just imagining a claw bite, right? Like, ow.
Yeah, claw bite.
That stings. Yeah.
And then the Fey Wanderer is basically just straight ripped from the Tasha stuff. There is very little different about it that I could tell. And I wrote down that Fey means teleports because that seems to be what any subclass with Fey in the name means. It means you teleport.
Yeah.
Like a lot. A lot. So we go to the Gloomstalker. The Gloomstalker is nerfed. Dread Ambusher does not do the crazy things it used to do. Instead, all it does is it grants you a bonus tier initiative, and it lets you do bonus psychic damage on a strike X times per day that can potentially fear your targets. I know, it's so sad. It's a terrible ability now. Just useless. It doesn't even have to be on the first turn of combat either. You can just do it whenever.
Yep.
Again, people shouldn't complain. Oh, and I did say this is another init booster, so see the Assassin Barbarian Champion group where you have a Gloomstalker with them as well, and you all just go first, and it's basically like getting a surprise round anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I forgot. Secret 5th member, Dancer Bard. Stalker's Flurry is now the Dread Ambusher feature that you get with the psychic bonus damage gets scaling. So that's nice. That's about all the Dread Ambusher that the Gloomstalker had that changed.
Yeah.
Hunter gets something new called Hunter's Lore, where when you mark a creature, you basically get scanned from Final Fantasy on it. You know its weaknesses, you know its strengths, etc. You get better choices in the Hunter's slaying and defense domains, and on top of that, you can change them on arrest.
So good.
Yeah.
Those have always been so good. And you can change them? That's amazing.
Superior Hunter's Prey is now that the Hunter's Mark at high level will splash to another target when you hit someone, which I don't know how you're gonna have that be the thing that happens, but go off, kings and queens. Do what you want to do to make it work. And then at 15,
weird.
It is, but and it's like I think within a 30 or 60 foot range too. I forget which of the two, but it's like it's real far. I'm fine with it though, because you know what? Hunters are supposed to be the ones that just are raw damage boys. So let them be raw damage boys and girls. Why not?
Yeah, do it.
Oh, and then at level 15, one of your defensive abilities is you get resistance to damage type on reaction through the rest of your turn. Which is just better uncanny dodge.
Yeah.
Because someone swings down on you with that first mallet hit and you go resist. And then they swing 2 more times and you're like, thank God for the resistance.
Yeah,
and my temp HP
exactly.
with my high armor class.
Yeah.
So all in all, Ranger, great update. I've seen some
Yeah.
people be like, it's not any different. Yeah, I think it is. I think that there's some they tried to keep it the same. They tried to do what the monk class tried to do in 14, keep the same vibe,
Yeah.
but change up the thing. But they actually, I think, succeeded on this Ranger.
Yeah. They
Whereas,
didn't have to go and fix it immediately.
Yeah, the monk was a trash can fire. So, speaking of which, let's talk about the monk in D&D.
Hey,
I have these by level
less of a
because they're
trash
so
can fire.
much different. Yeah. Oh, so much less now. So,
Yeah.
monk weapons. You can now use all simple weapons and any martial weapon with a light property as a monk weapon. That includes the
cool.
Great Club. And this also
Yeah.
might jank nicely with the Nick property, but you would require a
You
fee
need-
to
yeah.
do that because you're a monk.
Yeah.
And
You do not get weapon masteries, which, I mean, it makes sense because there's no Kensei.
That's all
I'm
Kensei's
not
going to
mad
be. They're
about
just going
that.
to be like, here's weapon masteries. That's a class, right?
I know. And I figured that they would put it in at the start, but okay, that's fine. It's all right.
It'll all work out, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean,
It'll
Monk got
be-
better anyway, so.
It did. Hey, unarmed strike no longer paired with an attack action. And as the shadow buff to all of this, you need to remember that in the new player's handbook, shove and grapple are unarmed strike options now.
Yep. So you do get weapon mastery, kind of, almost, not really.
You get to
Push.
be mean to people, which, I mean, honestly, if that's
Yeah.
not the true core of what a monk has always been in D&D, I don't know what it is.
Mhm.
That and punching someone 7 times before they hit the ground because you tripped them.
Yeah,
Eat man
that's the
style.
thing that it's missing.
And I think also the push and shove can use dex.
Yeah.
Normally
Yes.
it's only strength.
With your martial arts, you can choose dexterity or strength. And now, because of the way that dexterity works and the way that deflect attacks works,
Mhm.
you'd be doing a real dumb thing being a strength monk. And
Yeah.
it's sad to see that be the case. But I get it.
Yeah, I agree. I've only ever played Dex Monks, even going back to the first time I ever played Monk. But I mean, we saw Baldur's Gate and Tavern Brawler. You know, it wouldn't have worked in 5th edition. But also, I don't know. I like Dexterous Monks better than Strength Monks.
I do too. I wish they
I
had
don't
swung
know.
the pendulum both ways, though. I wish that they'd made it so that
True.
the better of your strength and your dexterity could be your armor class buff
Fair.
and your DC. And
Fair. I would play that Strength Monk like a parrying monk or something. That's why Strength is in your Dex or in your AC.
the
Yeah, it would be
the
cool.
strength monk, you stab him, and his deflect attack is that it goes into the peck, and he just pops it out, and it hits you.
Exactly.
Yeah. In the UA Dex for all fight DCs, you get die improvements or you're starting at a D6 at level 1, you get to a D12 at level 17. It is Monk's focus now, not discipline. Thank God they found a better word.
Yeah. Yeah. Focus makes so much more sense.
I feel like that was one of the
so much
things
more
that
sense.
we said too. We were like, discipline's stupid. It should be something like focus or strength.
Yeah, I remember us saying that discipline was stupid. I don't know if we said focus, but it sounds right. And FP is a thing in many games, so you know.
Level 2, Flurry, Step, and Patient all have the same upgrades from the playtest. You can dash, disengage, and do a free unarmed strike, or you can flurry, but they're all individualized now. So that makes it so that even if you're out of key points, which is very easy at level 2, you still only have 2 of them as far as I know. You will still be able to use your bonus action for stuff and not feel like an idiot. And not watch the rogue go dashing around the battlefield and just be like, why can't I'm a martial artist.
Why not me?
Do that? It should have been me, not him.
Yeah.
At level 2, you also get uncanny metabolism. This is the better version of what the warlock gets. If you start your if you start an initiative roll, you can just say, "Hey, I'd like to heal a little bit based on my monk level, and also I have all my ki back." Sorry, focus.
Yeah, I know it's gonna be hard not to call it ki.
Remember how we were talking about this, and I was like, that thing they put at level 7 should be like at level 2.
Yep.
Hey, they did it. God bless.
They did it.
Because there's no reason to worry about it getting too strong at low level because your focus points are already so low that it doesn't matter.
What are you even doing with it? You're getting one extra attack.
You
Just-
get one
just let them
flurry
have
with
the
a-
extra
with a-
attack.
with a stunning strike, and that's it. You're done.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, level 3, you get deflect attacks. This is just so cool.
It's
like,
perfect.
It's what the monk needed to survive in melee and to survive at range and to survive just in general.
Just to survive, yeah.
Yeah. Level 5, you get stunning strike. It's nerfed, kind of.
Yeah.
You can only use it once a turn. If the enemy succeeds, they don't get stunned, but they will get slowed, and you do have advantage on your next attack, which is basically what your stunning strike did for you anyway. So it's kind of still good for you. And then
just everyone else doesn't get the bonus.
Right.
Yes.
But also makes it so you can't just guaranteed stun lock a boss as long as you have 4 attacks. Or have the chance to completely weed out all of their legendary defenses.
Yep.
I said that this is fair because there's more here than just this feature now in the monk.
Oh, yeah.
And it ends at the beginning of your next turn, not the end. Still fair.
Yep. So it doesn't carry through. Yeah.
But the other thing that they kind of didn't mention much was that ranged attacks can now trigger a stunning strike. So
it's
once you
gonna
get
be
to do
hilarious.
that Kensei, Charles,
Yep.
breathe.
I mean, like, I wonder how this works with Elemental Monk because you already have reach, and then also, I mean, like, that's crazy. That's great.
Yeah, no, it's very good, and it doesn't have the same dissonance that did you fail? They take radiant damage or something. It's like, huh? What?
Yeah.
What does failing hurt them? But succeeding doesn't. I don't. Okay.
Slow makes sense too because you can kind of get in and out of melee and not worry about them chasing you. You know, like it's great.
Yeah. Self restoration is the same as UA. Wait, go ahead.
How is it a ranged stunning strike?
I think you can use a monk weapon. It doesn't have to be an unarmed strike.
Yeah.
But
so a sling could work.
Are all melee weapons?
No, they're not. They're martial weapons with the light property or all simple weapons.
And a sling is simple, I think?
All simple melee weapons are considered weapons, and martial melee weapons with the light property. They all specifically say melee weapons.
You can still throw a dagger.
That's true.
Okay. Fair. Yeah, you can still throw a dagger. You can still do your reach with, we'll talk about elements.
Yeah, we'll get there. But it's possible. It did not say it has to be a melee attack on stunning strike, I don't believe.
Sure.
Is the way that the wording eked out in the monk's favor. In fact, that we can look at. It's a 6.
I think you are correct. I was just, when I was first thinking about it, I was like,
Well, it gives me something to do with just
stunning would be amazing. I was confused for a second.
Yeah.
I didn't think about throwing a dagger.
Once per turn. But when you hit a creature with a simple weapon or an unarmed strike, you can spend 1 focus point to attempt a stunning strike. Now, this is UA verbiage, so it might have changed. But on
their website, it says requires a monk weapon or unarmed strike.
Yeah. So monk weapon or unarmed strike. So you can still like use daggers because they have the light property. Throw it, knock someone out.
Yeah.
Just hit them with the butt of it.
The little light hammers you can throw.
Yeah. All right. Besides that, we also get level 10 to self-restoration. It's the same as UA. It no longer takes an action and clears the condition at the end of your turn. That is so much better because there were so many charmed effects that took your action. And it's like, you can spend an action to clear charmed effects. It's like, I'm not allowed to spend my action. That's that guy's action now. Oh, what do I do?
Yeah.
Now it's definitely one of those, you get the one round where they're like, go beat up your friends. You punch your friend once and then you turn around and you're just like, you made me do what? So that's nice. Heightened focus, it's the same as the UA. You get 3 strikes on your unarmed strike, which is just peak. You get 10 HP on your patient defense, and you get to step dance. If you use Step of the Wind, you can take a person with you.
Yep.
Which is...
I was so
fucking
sad when Dancer Bard was the only one who had that. I was so sad, because I'm like, Monk, come on.
Yeah.
It's great.
And there's something that was weird was there was no mention of disciplined for level 14 in the UA discussion. So I don't know if that's still there or not. But the disciplined survivor feature where you can re-roll saves, I feel like that has to still be there. Probably called focus survivor or something now. All these disciplined etceteras are going to be focused etceteras instead. And then finally, the level 20 capstone is back to being barbarian, but for monk. You get a plus 40 your dex and your wisdom up to 25. Why 25? And you get the ability
How did you get to 21 to begin with?
Yeah. You'd have to take an epic boon at 19 to get to 21, and then
I understand the reasoning for making all of the belts of giant strength odd numbers, because they want you to feel the loss of being a cheater.
Yep.
But why do it to your monk capstone? I don't understand. I get that
they
you
want
get
you
an
to take
epic
those
boon at
epic
19, so you
boons.
could have a 21 in something, but just make it 26. I don't know. What if they had a tome somewhere in the campaign? You're really you're dicking them over. Then you give them a plus 3.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. It's fine. I'm not bitter.
It's a level 20 ability. No one will ever see it.
True. Warrior of Mercy. It is basically just straight out of Tasha's, except for a nerf, and that is that Flurry of Healing and Harm is now restricted to a number of times per long rest.
Yeah.
This makes sense because if they hadn't restricted it that way, the upgrade to Flurry of Blows would have made this class disgusting. More than it already was. So there you go. That's the entirety that I'm going to say of Warrior of Mercy. Go ahead and look up the class itself in the UA. You'll know the rest. Warrior of Elements. Your element damage can change. Or you get elemental damage on a trigger, and it changes the attack's damage type and range. Then later levels, you get bonus damage on top of it. And you also, at even later levels, get something called Elemental Epitome, which sounds like it's the same as the UA, which basically makes you into a walking disaster, kind of like playing a druid in Diablo 2.
Oh, yeah.
You just walk around and stuff takes damage around you. So Armageddon druid, sorry, specifically. You could be a lycanthrope or a bear. So Elemental Fury now gives you a fly and a swim speed at level 11. So that's
because
cool.
You needed that. Certainly. As a monk, you needed to be able to fly as fast as you can walk. I mean, you just did.
Yeah, of course.
You just did. That is the most nuts thing, I think. I feel just because you have 10-foot range in general and a fly speed, I'm never going back on the ground.
I'm just why would I do that? Bye.
Yeah,
I have range. I'm gonna cast fireballs down.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. This class also basically has fireball, but we have fireball at home. You can roll. I think it's 2 monk dice, and at a range of 120 feet, you do a 20 burst of 2 monk damage plus maybe wisdom, maybe not plus anything.
I think it's wisdom.
To all enemies in that zone, which is fun. It's not strong, but it's cute, and it could wipe out minions. So that's neat.
Oh yeah.
And it gives you the Avatar feel. Everything in this class is just, we're playing Avatar, The Last Airbender. So, you know, they gave it that. Warrior of Shadow, the UA seems basically unchanged. Darkness Spell is basically the core feature for this. They took away from the original 2014 the Silence and the Pass Without Trace that you used to get, which I'm very sad about, but also those were really expensive anyway, and that's a lot of focus points I would have to spend, so it's fine. Also, now you can see you're in your own magical darkness, which makes you kind of like a shadow sorcerer, which doesn't exist in this new handbook. Of your own doing.
Or the warlock.
Warlock.
Double sight. And...
So it's you, an assassin who has like tremor sense or something, and the warlock all just team up on a dude in darkness. Get him.
Yeah.
And then finally, Warrior of the Open Hand. I just wrote feels UA because it's basically just the UA straight to the bone. It has all the same basic stuff to it. One thing that I would like to shout out a few things. The one change is the level 11 fleet step is now in addition to the thing you do, not during. So you have to do your step of the wind after you perform your other action.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
And the UA changed Quivering Palm, but honestly, I don't. Who cares?
Now,
Like, I mean, it's
it did
it's
say in
okay.
the old one you didn't have to spend discipline points for it. You can basically, yeah, it just said you can spend Step of the Wind without using your discipline points.
Yeah,
So I think
it allows you to
changed.
use Step of Wind as a part of any other bonus action. Yeah.
I think it changed from that because that's playtest 6. So I think in playtest, was there Monk in playtest 8? There was with Warrior of the Hand.
Mm-hmm.
So it changed.
Yeah, I don't know where it ended up, but yeah, their text on D&D Beyond says that Fleet Step allows you to use Step of the Wind as part of any bonus action that wasn't already used to perform Step of the Wind.
Yeah, when you take a bonus action other than, you can also use Step of the Wind as part of that bonus action. Now it is in addition to that bonus action after the bonus action is done. So you can't be walking around in the middle of grappling somebody, or I don't know what you would have done to jank it up, but I guess they just expected people to, and they're like, please don't. So
yeah, please don't.
Yeah,
please don't grapple and then take them up into the sky because you can fly now. I mean, you can't because you're not a warrior. The elements, but still.
No, but you're the open hand, which is basically worse. And then there was a fun thing that they did with Quivering Palm that a bunch of people complained about because you can't just one hit kill Tiamat anymore. But what they did do was they made it so that Quivering Palm now, I believe it's when you hit a creature, you can cause vibrations. When you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of the attacks with that action. Then, when you use this action, you and the target must be on the same plane of existence.
Yeah.
So basically, you have the ability to proc it more times in a row because it used to be action to trigger, action to activate, action to trigger, action to activate. Now it's like action to trigger and also activate.
Yeah.
Kind of, I think, is how it's worded. It's very jankily worded, but essentially,
we'll have to see the
you
full
can
text.
multi-quivering palm as long as you have the key points for it, as long as you have the money.
We went through all the names. Yeah. You got the cash, you can do it. And it's 10d12 force damage.
On a failed.
Instead of just making you 0.
It used to be they die on a failed save and they take
they just freaking die.
Succeed.
Yeah.
So people are butt mad about that, to which I say, but the action economy for it is better, so you can just do it more times.
Yeah. Just keep doing it. It's 4 points.
Yeah.
How many points do you have 17. At that level? Yeah.
You aren't busy. You're not going somewhere. So yeah, that's the basic rundown of those subclasses, and now we're gonna just get into Sorcerer real fast. Sorcerer is pretty much 1-for-1 for playtest 7 for the entire class itself. I'm not gonna really get into it. You can go check playtest 7 if you want to know anything about how the Sorcerer was going throughout the playtest. The essential things that happened for the class were they cleaned it up a little bit, they gave it more spells, and they also made it so that meta magics were better or more balanced. They ruined one meta magic that everybody got real mad about, but you didn't need to have haste on 2 of your allies to completely fuck up bad guys and then go fly into the air as a Draconic Sorcerer. Calm down. There are other things you can do with the spell slots. I understand it was fun. Find new jank. It's not hard. They did not make this foolproof. It is very unfoolproof. Aberrant and Clockwork lost their coolest shadow feature that nobody knew about, and that is you can no longer replace the spells that are on your spell list.
Yeah.
Boo. Boo, I don't want to be a noodle aberrant sorcerer. I want to be a psychic aberrant sorcerer. Let me replace my spells with Ralathim's Lance. Whatever.
I just got that.
Yeah.
Actually, my bard just got that.
That's good shit, right? You just say, and I name
you.
it
will be. It might be, actually. I won't say it will be. It might be.
Yeah. Draconic Sorcerer has a Draconic spell list now. It at least includes Fire Breathing and Summon Dragon. We know that much.
Cool.
Summon Dragon is also now part of your Draconic Sorcerer class itself, and you have the ability at very high levels to do the Fey Wanderer jank, where you can summon a buddy and make it not concentration if you make it a minute, and once per long rest, it's not a spell slot.
Yeah.
So that's cool.
So you can get it to be for free almost completely, yeah.
Free Dragon Friend.
Enjoy.
Yeah. Dragon Wings are faster, but they are now triggered. You do not just get them passively anymore. But as far as I understand, the fly speed that they did not say, but Chris was very wink wink, like, this is a nuts fly speed. I'm not sure if it's better than just having them passively, but it's fine.
Yeah.
And then resistance on Draconic Sorcerer no longer requires you to spend a sorcery point, because why did it ever require that in the first place?
I don't know.
Then we
How often would it come up in the first place? I don't know.
You had one that you could choose. I think that you could switch through them a few times every now and then, so maybe that was a thing, but it wasn't a big thing if it ever was anything.
Yeah.
Let's see. Wild Magic Sorcerer is the one sorcerer that does not have a spell list, because its spell list is the Wild Magic table. The Wild Magic table has been updated, and the way that the Wild Magic table works now is we don't know. We don't have the table yet. The only things that we know about the table is that it is updated to have better good options than bad options, and it's been updated so that the bad options will mainly only hurt you and not your friends, so that it does not become a toxic play pattern at the table. I appreciate that, because the third time that the guy casts a fireball on top of his head and hits all of us with it, I don't want to play with him anymore.
Fair.
Not that it's his fault, just, you know.
No, it's on the dice
Luck
table.
of the
Stop
dice.
playing a Wild Magic Sorcerer. You're doing this to us.
It's the Wang Rod defense. My character would do that. Well, I'm fully sure that you can make a character that wouldn't annoy everybody, so it's still your fault.
Yeah, don't be Wang Rod.
Still your fault.
Yeah. But so, besides that, we don't have the table yet, but what we do know also about the table is that there are subsets for certain percentile rolls that will be on top of, you roll again and you find a set within a set. And it sounds like a lot more of them are going to be like cast spells, but you do still have the potted plant. So it's saved, everybody. We did it.
Yeah.
I hate wild magic in every shape and form. Maybe I'll try this one. Got to see the table.
The baseline other thing about the class that we know from the playtest is you get a lot more ability to trigger your wild magic surges yourself, because that's the fun of the class.
Yeah.
You don't have to wait on your GM to remember that you used your wild magic already, and they need to give a point back to you so that you can spend your token to do it again. With that in mind, Bombardment, which was its capstone, subclass capstone, you can no longer choose the option to recover all your sorcery points anymore. They explicitly denied you that one. It was explicitly on it before, and then in playtest they found, no, that's too many sorcery points in a day.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Yeah. And now we get to clerics. How am I doing?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm overtime already. We're close.
Well, it's fine.
I almost got there.
Yeah.
For clerics, I gave this one a UA out of 10. You get Divine Spark and Turn Undead, same as playtest 6. And level 5, you unlock Seer Undead. They changed it from Smite Undead, probably because that sounded too much like Paladin. Which is when you present and do a Turn Undead on Undead, you also deal them radiant damage. Pretty sick. I like it better than the Destroy feature of Undead, because that never worked. And if it did, I wouldn't have needed to do that more than I could have just hit them all for radiant damage and killed them anyway.
Seriously. That would have been low enough HP that they didn't matter.
Yeah. It's like, at that point, that's a zombie. I don't care. Let's see. There's New Divine Intervention. It lets you cast a 5th level or below spell as an action for free. You can only do this once per long rest. You cannot use a reaction spell, but it does not say anything else about duration restrictions on spells. In a playtest, one of Chris's playtestees was Kobold Pack Tactics. He cast Hallow as his Divine Intervention.
Yep.
I assume he used the Consecrate mode against a demon.
Yeah. That's
a spell that usually takes hours.
Yeah. I love it because, like, your mind goes immediately, okay, that's the only way that I would heal. But also, there's so many nasty evil things you could do with that. Like Hollow.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
The idea for it is they didn't want to restrict you from casting Raised Dead.
Yes, really.
That. And it doesn't take components either, I think, is the other thing.
Yeah. It's just free.
Yeah.
You just cast it.
Yeah.
Because your God said you get to cast it.
God said I get to play with the Divine Intervention today. Speaking of which, God said I also get to play with Divine Apotheosis today, and Greater Divine Intervention is stole the Sorcerer's Capstone from the playtest.
Yeah, it did.
They now get Wish, and they now get no consequences for it.
Yep.
Yay.
Fuck you, Sorcerer. You get to cast a meta magic once a turn for free.
I mean, if anyone's going to get Wish, it kind of should be Cleric, I feel.
Should. Genuinely. And
I can see Warlock getting Wish, but also don't do that. Don't do that.
The Genie Warlock, yeah.
Yeah, Genie Warlock, sure.
Yeah. It was. I think it was actually tagged limited Wish, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
And it was up to.
I think they get a limited Wish, and then a couple levels later, they actually got Wish.
Yeah, got Wish. Yeah.
Going into the subclasses for this, there is some. It does sound sus, Mercury. You're right. Life Cleric, they didn't really mention much. They kind of said it's the same as it ever was, but of course, cure spells are stronger now, which means Life Cleric will be even stronger. Healing will not be limited on constructs or benevolent undead anymore. You will be able to heal them with cure spells. However, there will apparently be opponents, according to Jeremy Crawford in the Monster Manual, that will be made of shadow stuff and might be able to be cure hurt, a la Final Fantasy. I just wrote in the margin, cure 3 on the zombie.
Get little flavor attacks, I guess.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
I always liked that.
Yeah,
I always loved in Final Fantasy VI how you could cheese by casting zombie on an opponent and then just throwing a fucking phoenix down at them.
Yep.
Crack it over their head.
Dead now.
Light Cleric is going to be getting enhanced warding flare. Immediately they're able to target their allies or save allies with it as well, and they get all of their uses back on a short rest when they get their enhanced version of it. They also get to give temp HP to allies they guard with it. Just more. I just wrote more. I probably got held up by something. But Light Cleric is I think they changed up their spell list a little bit too to kind of have it be like light, fire, and truth. So like there's a lot of scrying and divination magic that they've been given now too, like see invisibility and things like that. It's not just
they were like there's still fire.
It's not just fireball, light spell, fireball, light spell, fireball, light spell, wall of fire, light spell, flame strike, which is light and also fire spell. So, a little bit more flavorful. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And also, you can take so many spells as a cleric anyway. You're not going to be hurting for all those radiant spells.
Exactly.
Guiding bolt, you'll have it anyway. Trickster Cleric got a few interesting updates. Blessing of the Trickster is now until long rest, not an hour, because it's free anyway. Why would you make it be a duration?
I don't. Yeah.
There's a downgrade from playtest 6. The level 6 feature now lets you teleport swap with your duplicate. This used to be a part of the level 3 feature, and the level 6 feature was you could cast illusion spells as a bonus action. They got rid of that. Probably because the illusionist would be a little sad if the Trickster Cleric was better than illusions at them.
Maybe a little.
But so that's basically, they got a little bit of a downgrade on Trickster, but also Trickster got so much juice in the playtest that I think it's fine.
Oh yeah, I mean, like their level 17 or whatever is your illusion grants advantage to you and your allies, and like if you dispel it, you just give everybody hit points equal to your cleric level, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's exactly what it says. Yeah. That's super cool.
Yeah,
like that's perfect for a Trickster Cleric.
Your casting your duplicate is now a bonus action instead of an action, so it doesn't take your whole turn to do it.
Very cool.
For War Cleric, something that was said in Chris's video that he did not reveal things he was not supposed to, but he did mention that they did not mention a feature that may not be there anymore. And the feature they didn't mention about War Cleric was Weapon Mastery.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining that's not there anymore. Instead, what they get is they get a Channel Divinity, upon which they can cast Shield of Faith or Spiritual Weapon, which is a concentration spell now, thank God.
Yes. The biggest, but also okay nerf, I think. Like, that's a huge nerf.
A huge
but
nerf.
it's okay.
But also, if you're using, you shouldn't be using spiritual weapon if you're a melee cleric. You should be using spiritual weapon if you're a backline cleric.
Mm-hmm.
But the war cleric gets to be the melee cleric who uses it, because the war cleric, if they use a channel divinity, they can do 1 free cast of Shield of Faith or spiritual weapon without concentration.
Yep.
Also, as they scale, the Shield of Faith that they cast on somebody else is shared with them. Also, on their spell list, Charles, is Steel Wind Strike.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. It's absolutely ridiculous, and I love it.
If anybody's gonna get it, I'm cool with it being the war cleric.
I think so too, because it also gives you kind of movement, but not really. You know what I mean? Kind of, but not really.
Yeah. So I think
I don't know.
fine. I think it's perfectly fine giving them all those things.
Yeah. Because you get to teleport to any of them after the fact. So, like, cleric, slow, not anymore. And I get to hit you.
That's not it. Where did I write? I didn't write which playtest it was, so I'm guessing it's 6. There it is. Next, we're in the Bard.
Yeah.
Bard has their own spell list again. They are no longer doing the spell Arcane, Divine, Primal.
Yeah.
That is not the split that
That's fine.
Bardic Inspiration is now the same as the UA. It lasts for an hour when you cast it on somebody, not just 10 minutes.
I am absolutely sick that it's not a reaction anymore, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Be okay with it.
I think we all...
That just means you get to forget it for a whole hour instead of 10 minutes. That's great.
They even mentioned that in the video. They were like, so now you're going to have a longer time before the Bard was like, remember, you have inspiration.
Use it.
They just need to make it so that if the inspiration doesn't get used, it just reverts. Why they didn't do that,
I don't know, but
I understand them not wanting to eat your reaction, because Bard reactions are now important because they changed Counter Charm.
Yep.
Counter Charm is now a reaction to give someone a reroll with advantage.
Yep.
And I believe this is still the same as the UA feature.
I think so.
Pull it up here. Check all trades, blah, blah, blah. Counter Charm. If you're a creature within 30 feet of you fails a saving throw against an effect that applies Charmed or Frightened, you can use your reaction to cause the save to be rerolled, and the new roll has advantage. Reminder that causes Charmed or Frightened is spells that do that too and have specific effects to them. So it's not just a frightened condition like a Dragon's Roar.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a reroll. It's at advantage. It's really nice. So
it's pretty great.
I think they didn't want to run over your reaction because of that specifically. And also, there's very little you're doing with your bonus action on your turn as a Bard anyway, usually. So,
yeah, if you're not inspiring someone, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Let's see. The Bard can only take spells from Cleric, Druid, and Wizard lists with their college their magical secrets.
Magical secrets.
That said, they cannot steal spells from Rangers and Paladins anymore, which is more than fair, because the Ranger and Paladin lists are unusually souped up due to the fact that those spells are not available to anybody else until level 15 or 17 in some cases.
I just wanted a Pegasus, okay? I wanted Find Greater Steed, and now I can't have it, and that's fine. It's okay. I'm fine with it. Fine with it.
I don't even know if that's a spell anymore.
I don't know either. I'm just saying that is what I would use it for.
That's fair.
I have it planned out for my Bard that I'm playing. It is Counterspell and Find Greater Steed. That's what I'm taking at my first level that I can do it. But that's okay.
That's pretty good.
We'll adjust.
I can vibe with that. I was always more of a Banishing Smite boy myself.
Sure. I mean, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. I just wanted a Pegasus because it's stronger than I am.
Now, that said, the new Magical Secrets makes it so that once you take something at that level, Those are unlocked forever as you go. It is not take 2 spells of outside Bard and then go back to Bard. It is, well, you just get whatever you want now. The world is your oyster.
Yeah.
Pick all the wizard spells you want. Are you going up to level 17? Hey, buddy, Wish is there. Pluck it out.
You can just take it.
You can take it, put it in your mouth. Whatever you want to do with it, man. It's yours.
Yep. I do wish this came with extra spells you could pick, but I get why it doesn't. It just makes it a little bit better to pick as you level up, because a lot of Bard spells are warm garbage, not even hot. They're tepid garbage, really, towards like level 5 and 7.
There's a few bangers. Psychic Scream comes to mind.
Sure.
I love that one.
Sure.
But besides that, you're not wrong. Let's see. The other thing that you get is the capstone is the same as the UA. In the capstone, you get Word of Heal. You get Power Word Heal and Power Word Kill, and you can shoot it to 2 targets, spending a spell slot instead of just 1. Still not necessarily better than just taking Wish or something else.
Yeah.
But it's something that's there. And I'm not sure if Magical Secrets gives you bonus spells anymore. I don't think it does.
I don't think so.
Because what it used to do is it gave you 2 additional spells on top of the spell you got per level. So you got 3 spells at level 10.
Here's the difference. At every level, you can replace a Bard spell with a Wizard, Druid, or Cleric spell while learning new ones as well. Because remember, that's Tasha's optional feature. When you level, you can replace a spell with another one. So you can replace a Bard spell from your prepared list with any other spell.
You can start filtering, yeah.
Yeah, you can start filtering them down.
Bards are still a 1 per level boy, aren't they?
I think so. And that's why I was like, I would like extra spells, but I get it. You'd have to be lore. I think lore still gets more spells, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. Well, lore definitely gets magical discoveries, which is what they call the bonus that they get earlier on. But we're going to talk about College of Dance right now because I know it's your favorite, Charles.
Yeah. No. I mean, it wasn't my favorite until Monk was better. Now it's okay.
Yeah, now it's fine. And also they did.
Now it's fine.
We already talked about this college in depth, and honestly, what I'm going to tell you is, if you want to learn about this college, go watch Ginny D's video. She does a deep dive. It's a whole hour long. It's great. Just go watch it. You'll learn everything about the college. The things that I will say is the difference between now and the UA is they took all the features that are very monk-like and they shifted them into higher levels than they were originally.
Good.
And that's all they did to change it, really. They took inspiring movement and they made it level 6 instead of level 3 because level 3 made monks look like chumps. They took leading evasion and moved it to level 14 where it was 6 because it wasn't cool that you got evasion at the same time as monk and you got a better version of it where you could save someone else.
Yeah.
And also you're a full spellcaster.
Yeah.
The thing to remember about Dancer for everyone who's like, well, it wasn't that much better than monk. You need to remember you also have a full complement of spells and spell slots.
So you could do very many crazy things with that.
Things. And then dodge out of the way doing backhand springs. So.
And do unarmed strikes with your bardic inspiration.
While you're doing it because you're spending a focus point.
Yeah.
But that's about the changes for Dancer. Glamour is so inspiring movement here has been moved to the level 6 and the level 6. Tandem footwork, I believe, is still level 6. However, they took out irresistible dance 14th level altogether, and they replaced it with leading evasion instead, making it a little bit weaker, but still balanced.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Meanwhile, College of Glamour is exactly the same new class that we saw in the UA that we all fell in love with. It's just fucking good. It's you look at UA 6, you see what's there. That's the thing you get. So it's very easy to get through. I am over time. Let's see. Last things are Lore's magical discoveries. So in magical discoveries, you see. Oop, that's cutting words. Yeah, magical discoveries. You learn 2 spells of your choice. These spells come from Arcane, Divine, Primal. No, they don't. They come from Cleric, Druid, Wizard. Done.
Nice.
And then Valor. You get extra attack cantrips now. Congratulations,
Yes.
you are the Blade Singer now.
Yeah, you are the Blade Singer, literally.
Also, you don't have any of those goofy restrictions where you don't get to wear a shield. So, have fun with that.
Mm-hmm.
And they made it so that your sword and shield can be your focus
Exactly.
now.
So you should have a shield.
Because that was a thing.
Yeah.
Hey, if you ever
Yeah.
wanted to have a subclass that requires you to take a feat so that you can turn on your class,
Yeah.
I got
Wow.
a cool thing for you. It's called a Valor Bard.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have Warcaster? No? I hope you weren't planning on casting spells, because you certainly can't use spell focuses.
Yeah.
You have to use a musical instrument. You better doot that sword flute.
Sword flute.
That's
Just like a
how a lot of
trombone,
people
just
worked
like
around
punch
it.
him in
Is
the
they
face.
had magical
Oh,
weapons
yeah.
that were also instruments.
Put a dagger on the end of a trombone and you're just stabbing people.
Just Dragon
Yeah.
Bear. And summon a dragon sorcerer.
Uh-huh.
And that is it. That is the things.
That's all.
That is
Hey,
the
D&D's done.
classes. D&D over. I would like to say
Good night, everybody. It's been great.
Oh yeah. Thank you for watching my speedrun. I talked about 8 new updated classes, and it only took me nearly 2 hours. Fuck.
Yeah.
I knew it was gonna be long, but I fucking tried, boys.
Yeah.
So
It's tough.
we went through a lot looking through these UAs and following along and doing a little bit of playtesting here and there, and by and large, it feels like most things kind of reverted back to, if not one, close to it. They did a lot of bold, sweeping changes at the front, and then they immediately pulled them back when met with resistance.
Mm.
I'm kind of sad about it, if I'm honest. I don't.
Yeah, but
It's like
D&D has to be D&D.
Yeah.
Yeah, they wanted to add a few quality of life improvements. They didn't want to make a new game, and I think that's what we thought they might, and we thought they might want to make a new game, and they didn't. They just wanted to do some quality of life changes.
Yeah.
Which is bad.
Yeah, it's fine.
I get it.
It's fine.
It's what it is. And there's so many other games that are coming out these days that would make it so that if you didn't enjoy the updates to the D&D playtest and the new handbook, you could just look at some of them, like we will right now. Hey Charles, how's MCDM doing?
There's so many updates. Okay, are all 3 of us patrons or not?
I'm
Of
not
MCDM.
sure. I don't know that Philip is, but I am.
Yeah, I am. So all of this stuff goes on Patreon. They do Q&As and stuff like that. I know, Philip, you watched the Q&A. I did not watch that. All I have is all the posts. So I know you have bullet points for what the Q&A said, and what I can do is just piggyback after you say it and talk about the full text of what they said. How about that?
Gotcha. Sure.
And then add more, yeah.
So in their most recent Q&A,
Mm-hmm.
They had decided to jump from a 2d6 to 2d10.
Yeah.
So they wanted to do, they felt that with the bonuses that they were adding and the penalties that could be applied, they needed a larger range.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool. They're doing the 3-tiered results, similar to Powered by the Apocalypse, but better, I guess. Because your results are either okay, good, or great. There's no, they don't want to do misses. Misses aren't fun, so they don't want to do that. They're talking about like a skill test, which is like different types of skill tests will determine what is considered the okay, good, and great versus like a really hard one where you have to get the best, the highest success. Otherwise, they're just failures with consequences.
This sounds really similar to the early playtest stuff they released. Very Powered by the Apocalypse E.
Yeah, they just to piggyback on the tests, they thought about resistances, and for a while they didn't have resistances at all. Like you just hit, it's fine. If you get a good enough success, you also add a thing onto it. but they didn't like that so much. So now there is also a resistance roll that works the same way. So now let's say I cast a spell that does damage and frightens you. Well, I don't roll to see if I frighten you. You roll, and your resistance test, if you get the lowest amount, you get it until you roll a resistance and get out of it, and you take a little damage. If you get the middle tier, like the first success, you still get frightened, but it's till the end of your next turn, and you take a little damage. But if you succeed, it's just damage. So gone is the double, like, oh, did I hit and did you? You know what I mean?
Okay,
It's just, hey, I'm doing this, now you resist. So that's cool that they thought about that.
So you roll the damage and I roll the resist.
Nope, not even. Like, I make you roll, and if you roll the worst, you take the most damage and the thing. If you roll the second worst, you take a little bit of damage, and you're only frightened for a little while.
Do enemies roll damage at all anymore?
Yes, they still do. I do believe they still have the same levels. It's just that for anything that has a resistance roll, it's on them and not you.
I see. Okay.
It's very interesting. And also you will get, like, let's say, just an example that I have, you have an attack that can frighten someone. They failed at the worst they could, so they took a lot of damage, and they're frightened until they succeed on the roll eventually, right? So at the end of every turn, they're going to roll this again, and once they succeed, they are no longer, right? If they get the second, like, let's say it's the next turn, they've been frightened, they roll to resist, they get the, basically, I barely succeeded, then it will end at the end of your next turn. No need to roll resistances anymore.
This sounds horribly confusing.
I know, and that's one of the things, right? I think it won't make sense until it's all written together. Man. It's interesting. They just realized that they wanted to be able to get rid of, like, have frighten last for multiple turns if you keep failing. But if you succeed, then it's just going to end. You don't need to worry about it. But if you really succeed, it ends right now. So every resistance roll has the 3 tiers of success as well. Which, I don't know, we'll have to see it. I kind of like it, because then it removes a little bit of that, how many turns is it gonna, because if they succeed, it's done next turn. Period. Or right now. If they fail, they have to do it again.
Is this is their answer to spellcasting, isn't it?
Yes, kind of.
On the enemies is how spellcasters are going to work.
Yeah, and also you give them a penalty on their resistance roll equal to your ability that makes sense. So, like, for example, this is an attack that can frighten someone. You use what do they call it? I have an intuition, right? You use intuition to do it. Then when they are rolling their saves, they will roll, add their bonuses, but then you will subtract your intuition from their roll and see if they succeed or not.
So you can help bring it down. Yeah, that's nice.
Exactly, right? Because it depends on you and them, right? So it's kind of interesting. That might get noodly, though, because you're like, +2, -3. All right, that's fine.
Sounds like they made
small
a DC
bonuses
without wanting to call it a DC.
Exactly. I think that's true, because they started at DCs and they keep moving, and the Patreon updates are in flux, right? Like the whole move from 2d6 to 2d10. Before, the dice didn't have numbers on them, they had symbols. Like, they are in progress, so it continues to change. I kind of like this resistance. I think that they're going to find a way to streamline it, but that was like hand in hand with the dice change that they did, because they wanted to be able to give you bonuses and penalties on these resistances too. And with 2d6, what are you going to do? You don't get to like +1 or 2.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about when we first looked at MCDM. I was commenting that they've put a Powered by the Apocalypse system in place, and the minute you add more than a +3 modifier to Powered by the Apocalypse, the dice roll's almost superfluous.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
like Philip said, that's why they moved. Yeah.
I would almost worry though about it, because that means that now what they're going to experience is the modifiers not meaning as much, especially at low levels.
Yeah, and that's another thing where so they have their they used to call them banes and boons.
Yeah.
Now
That's
they're called
right.
edges and banes. Because people are like, I can't tell the difference. And I'm like, I don't understand what's wrong with you, but that's okay. That's all right. Edges and banes. But now you can get one boon and it'll give you a +1. It only goes up to maximum 2, and I should be calling it edge, but I'm reading boon right now.
That's fine.
2 edges means it goes up a level, period. Your success goes up a level. 2 banes mean you go down a level, so you don't add it.
So they're
really
token modifiers now, as opposed to dice.
Basically, the first boon is a bonus. The second boon is a level jump. The first bane is a negative. The second bane is a whole level jump. So interesting. Maybe easier to think about, but it is because if you keep adding bonuses, now it's just they're meaningless, right?
Yeah.
So,
we're gonna see a lot of meaningless bonuses in Daggerheart when we start talking about it.
That's very true.
Yeah.
What did you have next, Philip?
The character creation.
Yeah.
So they were talking about the culture that influences you, and it seems kind of interesting. It's a pretty long, but it's like the first time it might take a while, but
yeah.
Yeah, so it's ancestry, environment, organization type, style of upbringing, career, class, and then inciting incident.
Yeah.
So they say,
wow, they really use that phrasing.
Yeah.
Inciting incident.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they said it's what made you become your class.
Yeah.
One of the things they said, if you were, I think it was like the Reaver, maybe, or the Revenant. It was the Revenant, I think. Their example was you were taken to be some kind of ritual, and they started to kill you, basically. And then some deity or someone working for a different deity stepped in and saved you. And so now, because you pick that incident, you can now, when you want to, phase through 1 square of solid matter.
Yeah.
So like you can walk through walls because you're partially dead. But you are vulnerable to corrosive damage or something. Corruption damage, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's corruption, yeah.
So you get these sort of boons and banes on your character.
Yeah.
And so it says that's why you're that class.
Yeah, and they went ham in the Patreon about ancestry and culture and really going into the parts of it. So like, okay, like everybody else, they're moving to ancestry instead of race, which makes perfect sense. Your ancestry is where you came from. Dwarf, elf, revenant, memonech, which I say that word and people are like, what the hell is that? Well, I don't know. It's Matt Colvin. I'll tell you because they talk about it. Then you have your culture, like you said, and there's multiple parts of that. So it's when you're picking your culture, these are separate options that you pick to build your culture. It's not like I'm nomadic, like Daggerheart, right?
Like
it is. Yes, exactly. So now you pick a language that you learn because of your culture. That's it. Like you get common, whatever the common of the setting is, and then you pick one. Your option doesn't matter, not limited, pick one. Whatever makes sense for you. Then you pick the environment that you grew up in. So this might be urban, nomadic, monastery, right? They didn't list all of them, but they listed nomadic and urban. So you pick, okay, I know orc, whatever, if there's orcs, and I am urban. So what the environment will give you is a list of 1 skill to pick from. So you get 1 skill from your environment that you came from. Makes sense. You pick urban, so you might pick insight or persuasion or whatever, right? I don't know the name of these because I didn't want to get into that topic because there's a PDF of it, and I'm like, you know what, we don't need to get into it because they're probably going to change.
Yeah.
Right. And there's categories of skills, so you can pick from one interpersonal or intrigue skill to choose from when you pick your environment. Then you pick the organization you are a part of. There are 3 options. How was your organization set up? Was it anarchic, bureaucratic, or communal? So you pick one of those 3. So I am urban, anarchic, so maybe I was in like a weird situation in which it was every man for themselves. That choice will give you 1 intrigue or lore skill. So this is where you got 1 skill from. So far you've gotten a language and 2 skills. Okay. Sounds like a whole lot of talking, but you get to pick a language and then 2 skills, right? Then you pick your upbringing in that. So you picked your language, environment, organization, upbringing. How your character was individually raised within the culture. The current options, and I'll list all of them because they listed all of them, are academic, creative, illegal, labor, martial, and noble. Okay. So let's put it together.
Those are some archetypes.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm. So I'm urban, anarchic, labor. All right, I probably came from a city, I scrounged for my life, and I was a laborer, right? That will give you 1 skill from a list depending on which one you chose. If you pick labor, it's going to be a different list, right? So after choosing your culture, all that together makes your culture, and that is 1 language and 3 skills. That's what it does, right? That is all it does. But it gives you a lot of atomic choices.
That feels like it would be a lot, but honestly, with the way that we pick backgrounds and skills and everything for D&D, no, it's not.
No, it's not. Yeah,
it's just
exactly
different,
right.
That's all. It's actually slightly easier.
I think so too, really, and I think it's more flavorful in a way because you can separate organization, environment, and upbringing instead of being like, I'm a sage. Okay, from where and how? Oh.
It gives you a story to start
that's
with.
your exactly
100%.
Yeah, so you had your ancestry, you had your culture, and then you have your career. Career is not your class. It is not your class. It is what you did before you became that class. Remember Philip mentioned the inciting incident?
Yeah.
What did you do? What was your job? What will it give you? Let's just start with what it gives you. What it will give you when you pick what your job was is 2 skills specific to that career. So now you have a total of 5 skills. Nice. There's a lot of skills in this game. Just saying. A career could give you extra languages, maybe. It depends on the career. You get renown, which is a new word. It's a new word and new to the system. So what renown does is it's just a score that you can use to enhance skill tests if it makes sense, right? If you have renown and you're trying to intimidate someone and you are the Black Blade of whatever, you'll get a bonus, right? If you use your renown.
I remember them discussing this briefly before. Yeah, okay.
Right. So it's only slightly fleshed out in this, and it also can attract followers. So there's going to be a follower system. Makes sense because it's MCDM. Let's be honest, they're going to throw in all of that.
Playing AD&D, yes.
Yes,
I
exactly.
will say the renown system reminds me a lot of. I used to play a lot of Darklands when I was younger.
Yeah.
And in Darklands, you would have local renown in the certain places that you would go to, and there were more options available to you to be able to like get out of jail free or intimidate bandits who are coming on you at a certain city because oh shit, wait, we know you. Never mind, sorry. And certain like available options to you to unlock for being allowed to do certain things in cities, like certain jobs and things like that, were based on your renown.
Yeah. And I think that that's kind of where they're going with it because they said that this is what it is right now. It's a score that you can use in skill tests and it helps to attract followers and, things like that. Yeah. We're not done though. So your career has given you 2 skills, maybe a language, an amount of renown. Then you also have project points. Project points, because crafting is in this game. Also research. So when you pick your career, you will have a number of project points that you can keep and use on stuff in downtime, right? So the way that they explain projects is that each one will have a prerequisite material cost. So like if you're making a sword, you need star metal. And it takes a number of points until you complete it. Let's say the project takes 100 points. Let's not say that because that would take a while. Each time you're in downtime or respite, you can roll, add some bonuses, and add that to the current project that you're working on. So let's say you're trying to make a kick-ass sword. It's going to take 50 points. You're in downtime. You have the prerequisites. You go and you roll and you max out. Let's say it was 2d10, just to say it was. And you get, 20. All right, you're 20 closer to that 50. When you're done, it's done. You have it. But they also mentioned that this is how you could research things as well. Like, I need to find the location of a tome. All right. Or a tomb, sorry, is what they say, because I'm going to say tome soon. So I want to find the location of so-and-so's tomb. All right, well, you need a tome, like, of history, which you can go get, right? And then you need to do research in your downtime until you finish the project, and then you know where it is. There's a lot more rules that they don't have yet.
Yeah, they're still working on some things.
Right, and I'll go into an example of a career after this, 2 examples, in fact, so we can see it. But you get points. You start off with some points that you can put in the stuff. You will also get a title. Now, titles are something that they're really going to do, like Master of Ravens is one that I remember from MCDM talks previous. Mm-hmm. But when you start with a career, you're going to have a starter title. They're basically like a feat, but character creation titles are going to be very weak, right? Because you start with it. Other than that, you can only get a title from when the director gives it to you. You killed a bunch of dragons, you become the Dragon Slayer, it gives you some stuff. Makes sense?
Yeah.
So all of that is to say, here's some examples. I'm going to pick artisan. What does artisan as my career give me? Well, it says you made or sold art or useful wares. It has some questions to help you figure it out, like what did you create, who taught you, that sort of stuff. The benefits: 2 crafting skills of your choice. Makes sense. 1 language of your choice. 100 project points to use somewhere, because you've been an artisan for forever, so you probably have some backup stuff that you can use. And your title is expert artisan. What it does is whenever you make a test as part of a research or crafting project that uses a skill you have, you can roll it twice and choose either. So you start with this title that's basically a feat to help you craft if you picked artisan.
Well, that's fun.
So it's a lot
to do.
Yeah, probably. If you're going to be the crafter for the group, yeah, it makes sense. But then there's also laborer. So if you started as a laborer before you became whatever you are now, some questions like what type of manual labor did you do? What important friendship did you make on the job? Some cool director stuff, right? What you get, though, 2 skills. Well, actually, 3 skills, which is interesting for laborer. You get 2 exploration skills and the endurance skill, which I don't know what it does, so don't ask me, but it's there. Right?
And that just comes... Oh, that comes with laborer. Okay, so you get 1 that you don't need to pick.
In your background. Yep. And then 1 language, 50 project points, because you may not have... versus an artisan, you weren't crafting as much, maybe, or researching as much. Okay. But you still start with some points that you can apply. And your title, Team Backbone. When you take your first turn during a montage test, which is a skill challenge, just a skill challenge.
Test, I like it, yeah.
Yeah, you can assist another hero and make a test at the same time. So usually you can either assist someone making a test in that first turn, or you can make one yourself. As a laborer, no, you're great. You can help someone and do yours.
Put them on your back. Yeah.
Exactly. So that's a lot, and they are saying that there's going to be a lot of these kind of vocations, careers before you started. That's some really, really potent character building, I think. It might be a little noodly at first. Maybe they gotta streamline a little bit. But yeah, that's as far as they've gotten in character creation now. And then after you had all this, you would then pick your class, right? You've already picked your ancestry, or in other terms, race, or where you came from. So that was all their character creation stuff. And that was 4 articles that I was trying to smash together.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh man.
You did.
I like the idea
You did
because
the thing.
Yeah.
And also
I think it really helps.
Quick.
Yeah.
I've definitely made characters where you start and you're like, well, I'll be a sorcerer, and what kind of sorcerer? I don't know. I'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
I get a couple skills, arcane and insight. Sure.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And then you just kind of run into an issue where it's like, oh, I don't know why. How did I learn to become a sorcerer? How did I learn this or that or whatever?
Right.
This one, it's like, no, you did all this. You know, instead of like 3 sessions in, like, what'd you do before you became a sorcerer? Oh, I don't know. What's cool? I worked in a bakery. Sure, I worked in a bakery. You know, like
yeah, I like the magic of bread.
Yeah. So I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and there's many more of them, and I did not list them, but there's stuff like Mage's Apprentice and blah blah blah. There's a lot of careers already.
I will say, so one of the things kind of tying to what you were mentioning with the titles. So there are 4 tiers to this game, 1 through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 9, and then you hit 10 in end game. You level up. You know, when you hit 1, you get all these cool things, and then 2 and 3 you get a little something. You hit 4, you get all these things. 5 and 6 you get a little something. When you hit 10, right, it's, you know, you're like, oh, well, the game's over. No, as you were saying, the titles become the new thing. So now you are saving, you know, the world essentially, and every time you do so, you get a new title, which makes you stronger and allows you to go out and do more things. It's like, so like, in my opinion, or the way it sounds to me, it's almost like raiding in an MMO. Yeah. Just because you hit the end or just because you hit max level doesn't mean you're done. You can still go do bigger and better things. Keep getting more of these titles and keep becoming more powerful.
I love the idea of it as well, because the first time that Matt Colville said, my monk is the master of ravens and they have raven tattoos, I went, oh God, I want that. Right? But you can imagine that with any of the classes.
Beating up the other master of ravens, you're like, I want that too.
I'm in. But I can imagine for like the talent, for the tactician, for all the other jobs that have weird names that we're not used to but are interesting.
God, I love tactician.
I can see a lot of that. Tactician's great.
The Fury.
Oh yeah, the Fury, the talent, the shadow. Yeah, love it. Do I have anything about? Yeah, the con. I don't have anything about leveling, but I can tell you about the tactician. They've been working on that, and I mean it's basically the warlord from 4th edition, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's ignore that. So they have the 3 subclasses for the tactician that they're working on. They have the Vanguard, which is a lead from the front type. They taunt. They challenge to single combat. Right? They are a Vanguard. They are up front. That is their abilities. They get all the tactician stuff and some of this. All of them are the weapon master, but you know, this on top. Then they have the Mastermind, which is the lead from behind tactician, with the focus on setting battle plans for bonuses and changing them, right? You can mark targets, you give people bonuses. They say it's a battlefield conductor. And this is more the ranged archer archetype. They have an archer archetype in the warrior. I already like it, right? I've been yelling about this for forever. Give me an archer. And the last one is the really interesting one. It's the insurgent. You're a tactician, but you are a guerrilla tactician, not a gorilla. A guerrilla ambushes, dirty tricks, cheating, a commando type of tactician. All 3 of those sound great. Like I love the flavor of all 3 of those.
Same. I heard they sort of are like the tactician can mark a target.
Yeah.
That's their thing. And then depending on the subclass, depends on what that mark does to the target.
Yeah, so vanguards taunt them, masterminds mark them for people to attack, and then insurgents mark them for cheating / dirty tricks / probably debuffs is what it said in their little image.
Yeah, I've got the
Great.
image pulled up below us right now. It's not
nice.
fully in
Yeah.
like Zoom or anything, but it's mastermind is
Yeah.
mark focus, play the orchestra, pick a battle
Mhm.
plan. Insurgent is trigger
Yeah.
focus, cheat, buff and debuff, initiative.
Yeah. Yeah, I love how they're splitting this apart. It's very flavorful. They did not go that deep with any of the other ones. They talked about the shadow and how they built it, but they didn't talk about subclasses, so I didn't put that in here.
Yeah.
What I heard them say is they have 5 classes, with each with 3 subclasses, all the way planned to level 3.
Yeah.
So they've got
What's
now
the
they're
max?
trying to decide whether they're going 10's the max.
It's
10 is max.
Them
So
too,
then-
that's right.
They're not sure if they're going to just take those 5 to 10 or if they're going to start making more than 5, but that's where they're at now. And then interesting, I thought was kind of interesting, is they said they were thinking it'd be like 70% of your abilities would be key to the class, and then like 30 would be to your subclass.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's more like maybe 50-50.
Right.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel. I think D&D is more of a 70-30.
Mhm.
And I think I would like 50-50, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it could be cool. Like,
I think
all subclasses are level 1.
Yeah.
So here's my take on that. I see that and I appreciate that statement. I do, however, know for a fact that years and years and years of playing D&D have wired our brains to understand combat tactics. And so usually when they're like, all right, and now we're going to sit down and talk, like L5R has a whole combat system based around conversation. And everybody that I've played with is just like, I hate this. And I would rather just fight and then have open RP and then fight.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, MCDM is going to have their negotiation system, and I did not. There's a PDF about that and the changes that they did, but if we were to go through that, we would never leave, because there's like how to negotiate, the pitfalls in conversation, their motivations, trying to figure that out. They have said that they're nowhere near done with it, so I'm not even going to present it here. And there's a lot of stuff in the Patreon that I'm like, maybe we shouldn't just tell you everything that's in there. It's paid for a reason. D&D stuff is free.
It's not. I mean, the Patreon is not free, so there's that. But then more than that, I would say is that when I look at all these things, like each of these 3 things that we picked to talk about today took a completely different approach to it. I think MCDM is the most matter-of-fact of all the approaches. It's honest information provided at interval, explaining their process in a very, here are the nuts and bolts. You get down to, as Glick would have said, the nut meat, you know? You actually do get... Thank you. You actually do get deep in, like, when he's talking about this, these 3 archetypes, the thing starts with, hey, so we decided that we wanted a thing, and we had a meeting. Here's the first meeting, and here's what we came up with. Here's the actual meeting, and here's what we came up with. Then we had a final meeting, and then we got to finally go and make stuff. And here's where we started, and here's where we got the 3 subclasses, and we did our sticky note Kanban board. Not Kanban, but, you know, they did their plan meeting board, and they did all their stuff. And then they finally started working around to things until they got it a little bit more gridded out, and then they started actually putting it onto a sheet. And so, like, this gives you, like, the idea on paper of what a class sheet looks like for this game, at least in the beta version of it. And that is so much more honest, I feel, than anything that we're getting from the other stuff. Not to say that Daggerheart isn't being honest. I am saying that D&D 5e is not being honest, because
absolutely, yes,
in the video, Jeremy said for the Aberrant Soul and the Clockwork, he's like, they're basically the same. There's a few tweaks. There's a few this. It's like D&D is afraid to admit what they changed that people aren't going to like.
Yeah,
and I understand why, because they have thousands of people who are going to rake them over the coals for it, as opposed to the Patreon, which at any point Matt can just say, we're giving that person's money back. Tell them to go away.
Yeah, tell them to stop yelling at us because they don't like that we have D10s now.
I say, why not?
So, like
D12s?
I said, I mean, yeah, just swing those things. That'd be great.
Swing those.
Skip the 8s.
Yeah, they did skip 8. So, additional stuff. I think the last note you have is the kits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's how. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I think they're kind of interesting. They describe them as trying to be very cinematic and sort of open-ended, like you can kind of customize them. The video that I watched, the guy specifically said that his character, one of the things, the tacticians, they get 2 kits, which makes them unique in that regard. You can take the best of both as long as they don't stack. So
I see.
He made a tactician, took 2 kits. He took the archery and the dual daggers. So he has both ranged and melee. And he said what's cool about it is you can do the legless thing where you shoot a couple arrows at targets, they get close, you draw out your 2 swords, you start cutting. But also, cinematically speaking, what you can do is you can grab the arrow, stab the orc in the eye, and then put it in the bow and shoot it.
Right? Yeah.
Which is never something you'd want to do with an arrow. It would be so not aerodynamically sound at that point.
Yeah, it's very true.
Now, there isn't a kit that lets you stab with an arrow, but but by having both kits, you're flavoring I'm doing close combat with the dual daggers, but I'm flavoring it as the sword.
Yeah.
And so he's saying you can customize that way. One of the paths is the Panther, which is the big weapon. And you're like, well, what if I'm playing the Shadow, the Rogue, the Sneaky, and I want the Panther one for big weapons? Does that mean I can't have it? Like, no. If you want to say that this dagger is a large weapon or is a great weapon, as long as you're following the rules with it as a great weapon or as a heavy weapon.
Yeah, I like the open-ended nature of kits. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't grok them completely because I haven't played it yet, and like the first playtest didn't have a lot of them. But it's one of the things that I'm really interested in seeing, right? Because they also talked about like how do you gain wealth and how we spend gold, and I'm not going into that because it's very early. But basically, they're like, we don't care. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, are we going to make you save up for items? Probably not. We might go more into the World of Darkness type. You have dots, and if you buy something that's really expensive, they go down temporarily or something like that. Which is similar to what Daggerheart's doing with their money system as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, it makes sense to me. To go through the other stuff that I have real quick. 1, encounter building. They're trying to make a better CR. Because Lord knows we need a better CR. Yeah. And Godspeed, because that's hard. But right now, they're basically taking all of the players' levels and the number of victories they have, which is a thing intrinsic to the game, and it's basically how much you've been fighting without resting.
Yep. How much reward you're getting for stuff.
Exactly. You take that, and you use that to budget how many enemies you can fight them with. There's going to be multiple levels, easy, standard, hard, extreme. They want it to be, you don't have to look at this, right? You know that a hard encounter is double the party's EDS, levels and victories, right? Easy is half of it. Anything else is in between, go for it. There are very in-depth rules about if this is a solo monster versus group versus minion. That makes sense. They don't have it quite yet, so I can't tell you exactly how it works, but that's what they're working on here. That's cool. A better CR is necessary. It is. I'm going to get, I think the next thing that I want to talk about is the VTT. So yes, they're working on the virtual tabletop. I remember that being a stretch goal of the Kickstarter that everybody looked at and went, are you out of your mind?
And then he immediately said, whoa, 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 we're farming it out. We're not doing it. And they're like, oh, okay.
So they've mentioned that it's in partnership with a group, I haven't looked them up yet, called DM Hub. They also have a Patreon I want to go look at. And they had a little video, in fact, of the tabletop working as far as a map. It works. I saw it. It's there on the Patreon. They also have carved out a potential.
I do believe it's actually there on YouTube as
okay,
well.
Cool. So right now, it's going to be a standalone app on Steam. That's how you're going to get it. You don't have to go to a different website, whatever. The tentative name, here it goes.
No.
Codex.
Ooh.
I kind of like that. I kind of like the name Codex.
That name has like so many other uses.
It's true.
So many other things.
It's true.
Listen.
It's true. I don't know how they're going to make it work.
Like, why do they just call it Matrix? I mean,
he has a flip. Yeah. Listen.
Fair. Maybe they'll change it.
It took the designers of D&D 3 months to go from discipline points to focus from key.
Yeah. Let me tell you, naming program sucks.
Yeah.
I am very bad at it myself. But they have their potential feature set carved out. This is what it's going to do. Probably. It'll be a tactical battle mat. Duh. I mean, yeah.
Not really tactical from this game.
Yeah. Dice rolling, movement, initiative tracking, a grid, targeting, all that. Yep, makes sense. Character management, including all the bespoke MCDM stuff, victories, stamina, right? You'll be able to see and adjust and whatever with that.
It'll track all of its noodly little tokens that the game itself cares about.
Exactly. A built-in encounter builder using those rules we just talked about. Nice. That's cool. That's something that doesn't normally come with. I like it. We'll see how that works.
There are a few very niche, very boutique VTTs that do stuff like that, but it's very much you have to figure it out yourself or spend money.
Yeah, they were talking about, and I didn't talk about this because they kind of backed off on it, encounter sheets that are similar to character sheets. So as a director, you would have your encounter sheet and it would list all your goblins and what they do, and you could go through it. This is probably what it's going to be like, some sort of interface in the VTT.
Yeah.
A chat and doc sharing for handouts. Duh. Yes, makes sense. Map creation tools, so terrain painting, dungeon building tools like walls, props, dynamic lights. So you can throw in a Che-Empeku map, which you will.
Oh yeah.
You probably will. But then you could do walls on top, or you could just do your own, right? You could just roll your own in the app, is what they're saying. Cool. A full rules compendium for lookup makes sense. Thank you. I don't want to have to go to the books or a PDF. Put it in here. I paid for it. Thank you. Mods like Foundry with Lua as the scripting language instead of freaking JavaScript. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly what this means, right? I'm assuming things that they didn't think to implement, like a better initiative tracker, adventure journal, stuff like that you see in Foundry, but here in Codex, or whatever it'll be called. And of course, on top of that, you can sell those. So there's going to be a content share and marketplace where if you made a map or a series of maps or characters or enemies or whatever, you can sell it through their app to other people, or just share it with your friends, right? Make it private and share it with your friends. Model. It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It sounds like they're trying to eat Roll20's lunch.
Well, I mean, let's be fair. It wasn't Roll20's lunch originally. There have been platform systems with that stuff. It's just that Roll20 is the most successful VTT with that sort of thing currently.
Yes.
Foundry has
Yeah.
trouble making people pay for their stuff because Foundry
Yeah.
doesn't pay for.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so it'll be interesting. Like that modding step and the marketplace is interesting. I mean, it's a VTT. It has everything you would think that a VTT would have in it, and it seems like they have a good plan and they're making progress. So it seems like it should happen. As a Kickstarter, that's all I want to know. Anyway, we'll see more when it comes to it.
They had mentioned a thing called the power table. Well,
Yeah.
I might be saying that wrong, but it's something similar. Whenever you make your rolls, because it's on that, you've got the levels of successes, the okay, good, and great.
Yeah.
Everybody's is different. Every class is different. Every kit is different.
Sure.
And so you'll have to have these like lookup tables, and the VTT should also have those, which I think it'd be very difficult to have all these tables physically.
Right, exactly. And
which
it's
that could be a problem.
Right, with a pen and paper style playthrough, right? Yeah. I mean, it's different for Powered by the Apocalypse because it changes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we always know that I want to head for a 7. Right? Did I get that wrong? No, I got it right. Yeah. But it's interesting because now with the die change, like, you're looking for what, 11 probably? I'm not entirely sure. They had it listed, but I don't know. But yeah, I think this system is crunch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you talked about crunch. Build points based on your career, and my brain just went, "Oh no, we're playing Civ."
Yeah, right. There's crunch.
Diplomacy.
Right. Yes. Oh man, the whole negotiation thing.
The whole thing about renown is that factors into your leverage in a given place, and it factors into your place in the world, which is something that Matt Colville has always been very big on, which is great. I love that. Because too often we have a system that doesn't care. The trick with that is, if the system cares, then the GM has to, director.
Yeah, many words.
Has to care. Because they're the one who has to make it. They're the one who has to track it. So unless the VTT comes with a map renown tracker, or something that actually pulls into a world map, like a World Anvil style kind of thing, then it would be very difficult to be telling someone to actually go and pay attention to that or care about that,
Yeah.
Not to say it's not a glorious dream to have.
Sure, yeah.
But you're talking about the kind of person who runs war games for a living, actually running this game, rather than someone just being like, "Oh, we'll throw a one shot together."
Yeah, we'll just do it. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The system is full of crunch, but I wanted to go into, and once again, I'm not going into super detail. I'm not going to read the excerpts of his writing, but they did talk about 3 ancestries that we have not seen before, theoretically. One of them is kind of similar. I'll go through them very quickly. I'll start with the most interesting one. This is specifically for you, Philip. The Memo Neck. So what they are basically Warforged from the plane of law in the whole timescape system. So they are very advanced Warforged, though. They're made out of like ceramics and glass and things that we wouldn't have even to this day. Right. So when he was thinking about making them, he's like, okay, so what's the difference? Okay, they're faster, they're light because they're not Warforged, they're not heavy constructs, right? And he's like, well, they're from the plane of order, so they're going to be like Vulcans. They're very pure order and logic. But then he was like, that doesn't tell me what I need to know about them, though. Like, how could I be a swashbuckling Memenek if they're all logic? Well, one of the new hires, and they've hired a lot of people, said, hey, what if they're that way on their plane, but when they come to our plane because of the chaos, it really freaks them out? And he's like, yes. So they can succumb to emotions, things that they never had before while they're on our plane of existence.
Just like Spock.
So they might, just like Spock, bloodlust, feelings of love, not being able to put together sentences because they have no idea what's going on. I love that. And the excerpt that he wrote, so great, so much fun. I'm not going to spoil it because it might actually be in the book. He says all of these might be. But it's about a Memenek and a person who's like, hey, what was up with what you just did? Right? I thought you were all order. And they go through and explain it. So Memenek is kind of interesting to me. They're supposed to be kind of rare, but that's
They
fine.
look like ball joint porcelain dolls.
They do, right? Because there's pictures of them. Yeah.
But they're whatchamacallit, they're not organic, isn't the right word, but they are
T-sets.
like what did he say? You have a mommy and a daddy Memenek.
Yes. Yes,
they
you
make
do.
Baby Memeneks.
Yes, you're not created, you are born.
They're not created, they're born.
Mm-hmm.
They
Unlike,
are. Yeah. They like computers that evolved into people.
Together, it'll chip.
No, they can. The female Memeneks can be mothers and get pregnant and everything, and they give birth to new Memeneks. It's all.
Yeah, we'll see how that works.
Robots.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
Yeah, they are biological. Where you gonna?
I win this game. You're gonna see it.
Yeah. Well, Dolphies or okay. We're moving on.
Yeah, please. Save me.
The Polder are magic halflings. They're just magic halflings. They were created by a god to be sneaky servants.
Oh no! He made Kender. He's not allowed to do that. He hates Kender.
Kind of, but not really. Not really. Kind of, but not really.
Why don't you just make gnomes?
So,
I'm sorry, I didn't say that. Please keep making the game. I'm sorry.
Right. But they're a little bit more because when they're talking about how they created them, they thought, okay, so how are they different? Well, what would make them sneakier? Okay. Well, one, the biggest thing, and I'll start with that, is they have an ability called Shadow Mask, in which they can flatten into a shadow against a wall or a floor. You can't move while you're doing it, and you can still be hit if it's an AoE that affects the surface or someone actually targets you. But other than that, you can't be hit, right? You're going to dodge AoE. But yeah, you can flatten into a shadow by default.
That's pretty cool.
And I was like, that's very cool. It's thematic. You can't move while during it, so you can't sneak into place, but it's great for hiding.
It's like meld into stone.
But then meld into stone, basically. But they also have this weird bonus where if they are attacking from a position in a square that is solely below a target, then they have a bonus to attacking. So attacking upward. And you go, man, I don't want to have to think about height. But then I thought, wait, they're flattened into a shadow and they attack and then you get a bonus. Oh, well, maybe that works.
Yeah.
But it's a little weird because attacking from a position below a target, they also can share the square with someone for a little while.
Oh, yeah, because they just hide in their shadow.
Yeah, they're really small, right? It makes sense. There's some really good writing about them, but they are basically magic shadow halflings, and they have all the tropes you would imagine for that, plus a little bit more because they're a little bit braggy about how good they are, which I like. I like that a lot. So yes, kind of like Kinder. The last one that they talked about are the Dragon Knights.
Yeah.
They're Dragonborn. They're Dragonborn, but they're created by magic and they're all about justice.
They're magical
very
constructs
cool.
of law.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And, the writing for this one is the best just because it kind of puts you in the mindset of one of them because they were created to do a thing and that thing is no longer here and they were betrayed by one of their own. That should not be possible. They're all about justice, but they're not because that's how they were built. That's not how they evolved.
Not how they've stayed, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So they were uncorruptible, we thought. Very
When
cool.
You say
They have a
something's
couple of things.
uncorruptible, you know it's not.
Exactly. They have a couple of things like built-in immunity to cold, fire, corruption, lightning, or poison, right? You can choose it. Then they have an ability called Knighthood. And either it is, you get to pick this at character creation. You can either fly for a short burst up to your speed. You have to land, right? At the end of it. After level 6, you don't need to land. So, hey, they can fly for a little bit. Or you can use your wings to shield people who are adjacent or yourself, which that shield grows with levels and victories. So it gets stronger and stronger and stronger. Or you can pick a roar that can deal a little bit of damage, push, and if they fail that resistance roll, frighten enemies.
Very nice.
Cool. Dragonborn.
Draconic
But
Pride.
yes, Draconic Pride, which is cool. I love the names of these things. But yeah, they're Dragonborn knights made by a wizard a long time ago, or whatever you decide in your setting as well, right?
Yeah, as they say, no one's going to break into your house and steal your books.
Yeah, exactly.
If you play this wrong, we're not going to come take your books from you.
Right. You can theme them any other way. They will still have these things, or you can go change that, is what they say. But that is everything that I distilled down. There is at least 5 more articles that I did not even touch, and that's fine, because honestly, the other thing about MCDM is there is a Patreon packet coming soon, TM, for a playtest, and there's going to be a lot of stuff in there. Yeah.
They were going to get a
bunch so it's coming.
Universal donor ancestries is what he called them.
Yes. Elves, dwarves.
What else?
What else did he list? Humans. Yeah. So that's everything from about April till now distilled. Yeah. They post at least once a week. At least.
They do Q&As every month, and they do sub-channel stuff besides. But honestly, it's all mostly contained on the Patreon. They curate their audience.
They really do.
Mm-hmm. Not to
and
say
there's lots of great
audience.
Conversation there. Yeah.
That's another thing. Hold on.
But yeah, that's MCDM, and I cannot wait to see this packet, which will probably come out on August 1st. I mean, I don't know. Don't quote me on this, but that would be the worst time because all the D&D stuff is going to come out at the same time. And then Daggerheart will just decide, hey, you know what? We want another playtest. We weren't fine. Who knows?
Don't. Yeah.
I know.
But so, like, that's yet another thing, and they have not slowed down. You said, what, they've doubled their manpower? Person power?
It seems, yes, I do believe that it's very close. They had at least 5 new hires in those articles talking about it, and they also mentioned that they picked up some people from Arcadia. One of them is a dude, I don't know his last name. His first name is Willie. Delightful guy. He wrote, I think he helped with the polder, so he wrote an article about it, and it was all about a design idea that I've heard a lot being in the world of animation, which is just push it. Okay, it works. Push it though, right? Okay, that animation works, but push it. Make that hit look harder. Make this feel better.
Break.
Yes.
And then
break it. Push it. Exactly. And I just loved him talking about the polder in that way. Like, okay, well, they're halflings. How do we push it? Well, they can turn into a shadow. How do we push it? Okay, well, they can share a square. You know what I mean? Very cool. But yeah, they've gotten a lot more people. They even had a post about what their executive producer does, which was all Jira. And if you know that app, you know it's dry and it's just a bunch of charts. But I could see literally their schedule till November. That's how transparent they're being. It's crazy.
Cool. They showed us their sprint. Damn.
Yeah,
not their sprint. They showed us their PI.
Kanban. Yeah, Kanban and PI. Yep. Oh, agile. Yeah. But yeah, that's all of MCDM for right now. I mean, the Dragon Knight thing I think came out 3 days ago. I'm sure tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, maybe Monday, there'll be more.
Do you think Would you say that they are probably the furthest behind in the final product? I don't really know, but some of these changes that they're making make me think they might still be
Foundational.
Yeah, they're going to be third place out of these three, because I mean D&D's already
It's coming out.
70%
Well, I mean,
done.
they're
Yeah.
definitely going to be, because they projected late 2025, didn't they?
I think
I
mid
don't
to
remember.
late. I think
I
so.
think they said third
I'll
quarter.
go to the Kickstarter.
Okay.
So, I mean, MCDM constantly said, here's the thing about this game. It is not, or what Matt said was when he was making this, we are not making this game to come out fast. We are making this game, and hopefully when it releases in its actual state, people will have already been playing it for a year in its current, in the state that we release it in. That was his hope. He wants people to be playing this before it's out.
Yeah.
I remember you saying that now. Him saying that, yeah.
Yeah. And so with that mentality in mind, they're slow rolling because they can.
Mm-hmm.
And also
the estimated shipping. Okay.
No, go ahead, please.
June 2025.
Third quarter 2025.
So mid 2025, yeah. Yeah, the third quarter technically, yeah.
Which means anywhere from June to like October, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Something like that.
Yeah. Third quarter always kind of, it's not a quarter. It's more than that, because it's what people say.
Yeah. Yeah.
But so
I think they'll definitely be after both of these that we're talking about.
Gotcha.
Oh, almost certainly, because Daggerheart is trying to push into final bit. Of course, Daggerheart has its own slew of updates and problems and things, which I looked at a little bit, and I know, Philip, you looked at a little bit. So let's maybe talk about it. You have some notes in place if you want to start with those.
Sure. So for the Daggerheart 1.5, the last open beta, as they say, major change to what they've done for the previous ones. They've removed their minor thresholds.
Yeah.
That wasn't needed, and you just have the other two, which then caused those thresholds to be rebalanced.
There is no longer, I believe, a threshold that deals 0 damage.
Stress damage instead, yeah.
I love it, because that is part of the reason why the math sucked. When you had to get hit and you try to soak it, and you're like, well, I need to get it below the minor, or it was, as we played it, it felt a little weird, right?
Well, you can tell,
as long as you can get below them.
Yeah, you can tell that they understand at some level that their damage threshold system was too complicated, because when you looked at the character sheet, it was name, pronouns, race, background, ancestry, blah blah, your 3 damage thresholds, and then your armor pips. And then your other stats and things that your character can do. But the main thing, the first thing that you see on that sheet, much like in D&D, the first thing you see is your armor class, because it's big and it's kind of centrally to the left top. You see 3 numbers and you're like, what are those?
Yeah.
And the answer is, they're your personal hell for as long as you play this game. I've said this once, I'll say it again, I'll say it a billion times. I love everything about this system, and I enjoy also the damage threshold system, but I like math.
Yeah.
I know that people who don't like math will hate that system, because that's like how I feel looking at a deck that I made in Commander that's smarter than I am. I'm just like, I have all these cards in my hand and I don't know which ones to play or in what order. It's like, I have all these armor pips and I don't know how many to spend and where. Do I want to take 2 damage? Do I want to spend 3 armor pips to only take 1 damage? What do I want to do? And they just keep fluctuating with the math of armor pips and threshold numbers and threshold pliability with your stats. And it's, I mean, we keep
bonuses. Yeah, we do.
Which is good, because they want that.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where,
I want to know where they...
Yeah, they need to land somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
They need to land somewhere that all the people who enjoy noodly story time and not math will be happy playing their game.
Yeah.
Currently,
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
agree.
Yeah.
All experiences now started at +2 instead of having a +2 +1. They're now +2 +3.
Yep.
That makes experiences a little bit better.
Which is good because the way that the math works, having a proficiency of +1 is basically kind of not useful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm loading up my character from the playtest just to see how it changed. Because I haven't done that yet.
Well, I can tell you one of the ones that we're looking at right now. Proficiency is now a 2 pip level up.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I mean, did you talk about the leveling up one? Did I miss that? Leveling up now includes an option for taking an additional domain card at your level or lower. Thank God, I want more cards.
Yes. I listened to them talking about that, and I was so happy because that's one of the things we talked about too. Is when we were doing it, we were like,
yes,
all of these abilities are so fun, and I'll be damned if I don't just want a few more of them.
Yes. Absolutely,
I
yes.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think
I love that change.
Every time you level, you get to slot a lower tier domain card. Or
well, so every time you level up, you gain a new higher level skill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Once you get 5, you can have 5 total, and then once you hit level 6, then you're gonna pull 1 out, and that goes in your vault.
Right, but they gave us an additional card every so often now. From what the original leveling sequence was.
Choose domain deck card. Where is it? So yeah, you can pick it at every level. You can pick an extra one at every level, I think.
At your level or lower.
You start with 2 at level 1, and then every level you gain a new card of that new level you got. When you level up, you can now choose to spend one of your points instead of getting, increasing your thresholds or increasing your proficiency. Get a card.
Yeah. So you can willingly not increase your damage threshold because you're a caster, or which is fine because you don't need an extra one for every level. You might need an extra one at a few levels, which makes sense.
Oh no, they're giving us more choices. I don't want it.
No. Exactly. I wanted to check my shield, and it's still here, and it still does the same thing, and they need to fix that, but that's okay.
But they did.
They said that
Yeah, they made it so that if you wanted to take the proficiency, and proficiency is the die increase.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to take proficiency, it's now another one of those 2 pip bad boys.
Yep.
It's not a single pip that you can take within levels. So and I think their explanation was, we want it to be a conscious choice if you want to be the damage guy, that you are the damage guy.
Yeah, because before it was like, if you are not upping this, what is wrong with you? It only costs 1. There's no real investment. And like, if you're doing damage at all, you need it. And also other things get boosted by proficiency too. So
Yeah.
But
I will say, honestly, in this game more than most, this is the one game where I'd look at more damage and I'd just be like, I don't know if I need it. Because as long as I'm beating a threshold, I'm fine. And I should be putting it into other things. Because the most I'm dealing is 3 damage on these jokers, I think. Unless it's 2 now. Thresholds are weird now. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm seeing on my sheet for Navarre, 5 and 12 are my 2. Over 12, I take 3. Between 5 and 12, I take 2. And below 5, I take 1. Yeah, which makes sense there. Get a little bit more, and now I have 8 armor slots again.
Well,
because why not?
Why not?
And the one of the things I noticed for the big changes is all classes have been given a unique hope feature,
Mm,
Good.
which is something that costs 3 hope.
Yep.
And it does something sort of core to the character. For the fighter warrior, I can't remember what their actual name is called. They can for 3 hope, they can re-roll any number of their damage dice. For the rogue, you can add, for the rest of this combat, your sneak attack is 3d6 instead of 1d6. If you're a ranger, for the rest of this, until you take a short rest, you just gain +1 to your evasion.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just like whatever you do, it gives you a chance to do it better. Sometimes it's you spin multiple times, other times it's for the rest of the scene. So I'm kind of curious about that one. Like how they chose, like, oh, you get it for the rest of the scene and you get as often as you want.
Let me tell you, because the wizard one, not very cool. I mean, it's cool, but it's not very cool.
That's what I was going to bring up, is the wizard.
Yeah.
The wizard is the only one that makes no sense.
Yeah.
Because everybody else, it makes what you do better. Wizard, don't die.
Just don't die.
For three hope, you can not check off your final HP box. You just don't die.
Why is that powerful? Wizard?
I don't know. Is every wizard playing like I played Navarre, where I'm just up close hitting people? Maybe. Because like for Navarre, that's cool. All right.
And for everybody else, you get to choose, like, you know what? I've got 3 hope. I rolled my damage. That was really shitty. I'm gonna let me use my 3 dice. If you're the sneaky rogue, as soon as you get 3, you want to use it. So that way the rest of the scene, your sneak attacks do more damage.
Yeah.
For the wizard, it's like, well, once you get 3, just hold on to it in case you ever die.
Yeah.
And then like, oh, 3 hope I didn't die.
Yeah. Yeah. It can't be the final version of that, because most wizards, why are you going to be up front? But then again, there is the School of War, which is about being up front. So maybe that's why.
I guess.
We've transcended logic, friends. We're in the realm of the strange now.
We are.
But there's
because I looked at Bard and I went, oh man, that's cool.
Yeah.
Bard. If a friend fails persuasion, you can help them.
Yeah.
It's just lend the skill.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
But I mean,
you're
that's
having
what a
trouble
would do,
talking
right?
as the face. Hold on, let me help you.
Yeah.
They can be the hype man. Wizard, I just don't die. Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they clicked the wrong button and that was supposed to go to the Guardian, or I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, right?
No, the Guardian is
sense.
unstoppable. They get to, when they choose to activate it, they put a D4 on their screen, and then it gives them like 3 different stat boosts or something. Like they get resistance to damage. They can do 2. I don't remember exactly, but every time you hit damage, you turn that dice 1 further. So it goes to 1. It starts on 1, roll it to 2, roll it to 3, roll it to 4. The next time you'd roll it to 5, since it's a D4, it goes away and you stop being unstoppable.
Well, yeah.
And then at like level 6 or something, it goes up to a D6, so you can do it 6 times. And then at like higher level, whatever the final level, it's a D8.
That's their feature.
Yeah,
that's their feature. The hope feature is clear up to 3 armor slots. Yeah, because I remember Monty using that.
Nick
or Patrick.
Because hope is new.
No, I'm looking at
new. That was a resource you could spend. It was just they made sure that every class has something for it now, as opposed to some classes just didn't have 6 for hope.
I made a character of every class, and this Guardian says they have Unstoppable, but then it says Unique Hope feature Guardian's Hope. Spend 3 hope to clear up to 3 armor slots, which is
you're right. I guess I just read it wrong.
That's insane.
I mean, that's fine. Yeah, that's really good. It's great for them, right?
They
But yeah,
keep
Wizard
making
still
the
is an
Guardian
outlier.
unkillable.
Yeah. Now I want to look at all of them. I'm not going to right now. We've been going for a long time, but
Yeah.
it's interesting what they picked there for Wizard. But maybe they were like, you know what? If we give you anything else, Wizard's going to be too strong. I don't know that. I didn't feel very strong. But
I
maybe.
mean, you didn't attack much. You were technically the strongest damage dealer in the group.
I mean, if we were to level to level 2, I definitely pick proficiency then, so it's kind of grandfathered in. Right now, I would have to undo it. But yeah, 3d10 plus 2 is like my normal roll.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it. Yeah. But
You
that's
just didn't
War
swing
Wizard,
out
you know.
much. Candy Boy was doing most of the hitting, and even then,
Oh, yeah.
if you had been going toe to toe damage wise, and you had actually been hitting something, I mean, like you exploded one of the enemies when you touched them, if I recall.
Yeah, and I guess maybe that's why they were like, you know what, you're a glass cannon. Here's help. Go be a glass cannon.
It's very weird to me though that would be their the don't die would be their feature, because I mean, I guess
Sure.
on the one hand, it definitely gives like a counter to the old wizard mentality of something looked at you funny, you're dead.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know if that's what you'd want. I would want like maximized damage on a spell or some sort of weird spell effect as a wizard.
Yeah.
Meta magic. I don't know.
I think they even upped their evasion. Like they have an evasion of 10 or something naturally.
Yeah.
And so
I was just looking at that. I'm like, why is my evasion 10?
I do want to talk about that, but I want to talk about it in like we're just going to gloss over something real quick. When it comes to the noodly bits of Daggerheart, they've changed everything since 1.4.
Oh, yeah.
They literally said in their video review, we're not going to give you a changed card sheet. We're just giving you new cards. You have to print them all out again.
Yeah.
They're all changed. Every one. And we can't go over them in this video. We did a lot of adjustments.
They, I think it was 1.4 where they changed the way dual heritage works or dual ancestry works.
Mm-hmm.
So then they had to go through and they changed a bunch of the cards because of it, because they were, now you get the top of one and the bottom of the other. You can't take, so they've had to flip some around.
Yeah, right, because you can mix and match.
Yep.
Some of the other things I put on here. So I was just sort of looking through some of the stuff. I saw something I just don't understand, and I was kind of hoping I could ask the question and see if we can figure it out. Because if it is the way I think it is, then there's a huge flaw that I see. But so it's the hidden condition. While you are out of sight from all foes, you can mark a stress to gain the hidden condition. While hidden, any rolls against you are at disadvantage. If you move or attack, or an enemy gains line of sight of you, you're no longer hidden. Okay, so what is out of line of sight versus what is hidden? Like,
so
since it doesn't say there's a roll.
If I walk around a wall, right? So we're in battle and there's a wall. If I go around the wall and I am now out of line of sight, I can hide, and when hidden, attacks would have disadvantage. But if I'm behind a wall, how are you attacking me to begin with?
I think I see what they did, because I was like, I wonder if rogue is different. Rogue is different.
Yes.
As a rogue, even if they move into line of sight, you are still hidden.
Yeah.
You are only no longer hidden after you move or attack.
Yeah, if I'm looking at it here, Rogue's hide class features. When you move into a location where no enemies can see you, use an action to become hidden. Any rolls against you have disadvantage. As a rogue, when you hide, targets also can't see you, even if they move into line of sight. You are no longer hidden after you move or attack.
And it didn't cause a stress.
So the rogues are special, but like if you're the wizard and you cast a spell at somebody and you're like, I'm not sticking around, and you move within close range behind a wall, can you still be attacked? Can people shoot you through the wall? Like, what's the point of hiding behind a wall? Like, if I can be out of line of sight and then I get hidden, and that only gives me that only gives them disadvantage. Like,
Yeah.
what is it? Like, I
Yeah.
get, like, if I'm behind a wall, if something was going to attack me, they're not going to just forget I'm there. They're going to walk around the wall to shoot me or stab me, and then hidden is gone anyway because they are now in line of sight.
In line of sight, yeah.
It's maybe I'm thinking of this from a tactical, and they're thinking of it from a narrative where you can't just.
I'm not seeing
I'm
the
hiding
gain of
behind this
stress.
tree.
Are you sure you're not looking at an older version? Where'd you find this? Because I'm looking at the 1.5.
Yeah, so am I.
Okay, so here's what I have. I have conditions, hidden. When you're out of sight of all foes, you can typically use an action to gain the hidden condition. It doesn't say anything about marking a stress, but maybe that's just because this is describing the condition itself. In certain situations, GM may ask for a roll, usually finesse or agility, to become hidden instead. While hidden, any rolls against you have disadvantage. When you move into sight of a foe or make an attack while hidden, or when an enemy moves somewhere they can see you, you are no longer hidden.
I don't know. I typed it into what is hidden.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where it is.
I see that.
But...
I pulled the Daggerheart playtest materials down, so I'm looking at the 1.5 playtest material now, and I'm trying to keyword search for hidden.
Yeah, because on Demiplane it says you can mark a stress to gain the hidden condition, and everything else is updated on Demiplane.
Yeah,
so I don't.
I think that's where I saw it was Demiplane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it does say you can mark a stress. That's interesting. I don't. That could be something that they. Yes, right. Well, I don't know which way.
So yeah, the stress being part of it.
Yeah,
right?
Either way.
Burning a stress or not, but like, I guess my idea is like, if I walk around a wall, does that not stop someone from attacking me?
I think they'll just have disadvantage, right? Although, when you think about it, usually most foes' attacks are restricted to their line of sight. If you're out of their line of sight and hidden, then I think you're being restricted from being hit by someone with a different role in the first place, essentially, or a different modifier.
I think that's true. Like, you would break line of sight and hide, and they wouldn't be able to shoot at you because you're not in line of sight. But if they moved around that corner, they would see you, and you're no longer hidden anyway. But you would have to make them move. But yeah, it is interesting that it's immediately gone.
Yeah, so it's like, how do you use the disadvantage aspect of it?
I've got it.
You could shoot at hidden targets.
Yeah, that's right. No, that wouldn't work. Yeah.
Aim up.
You're gonna have to. Yeah. You're gonna have to keep a sheet on you like Naruto. Oh no, it was Konohamaru who had the sheet he would hide behind.
Naruto did it too.
Yeah.
Konohamaru.
Oh, that's true. He did crib it from him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I would say there's probably niche cases where you can roll against someone without having them in line of sight, and the idea here is that they're at disadvantage to try to do it against you if you're hidden.
Oh, maybe AoE spells or something. Because you don't need to be in line of sight if you're doing a fireball and they're in it. They're hiding behind a box. I can't see you. I'm still shooting you. But you're at disadvantage?
They're not rolling at disadvantage.
No, yeah.
Well, I can't remember. I don't know how AoE spells in this game work.
I don't
if
remember.
It's
spellcast roll.
Yeah. Is it like a dex save?
Yeah, I have one, but I didn't have any AoEs. I have a single target ice spikes and single target power push.
What does ice spike say for valid
It's very
targets?
Interesting. Someone actually, you can use them as a weapon. If you use them as a weapon on a success, deal 1d6 physical damage using your proficiency.
Oh, so it doesn't.
It does not say anything.
Any tracking at all. Okay, cool.
Nope. It's like you can summon large ice spikes within very far range. If you use them as a weapon, you have to roll, and if you do that damage. But it doesn't say.
I do think there's a detection roll, to be fair. I forget how it worked.
Probably.
So I'm guessing maybe like, perception checks against you or something are at disadvantage.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
But then, like, so I guess that's still sort of my idea. Like, if you're behind a wall, why is a perception check just not an instant failure? And then as soon as they walk by you, if you're trying to hide behind something and they walk in your direction or walk near you, they're going to get line of sight of you at some point, and then the hidden condition is gone.
Yeah.
Therefore, you're seen.
But that's giving a bonus to the rogue. The rogue gets around that, and so normal hiding people can't. But there's probably also some feature or some card you can take as well, though I don't know because I haven't looked at them yet.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Interesting.
It just struck me as like semi-useless.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting.
D&D is also semi-useless if you're using an action to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So about line of sight and cover.
Yeah.
Sometimes during a fight, you might seek cover, such as diving behind a small barricade or whatever. When you take cover behind something that makes attacking you more difficult but not impossible, attack rolls are at disadvantage. You usually cannot be targeted if you're entirely behind a substantial object like a wall, even if you're technically in range. You might be affected by nearby explosions or similar effects, though. Some effects require the target to be in your line of sight. You have line of sight if you can see the target. I hate that because if I'm hidden, can you see me? I guess you can. But which came first?
No,
it's
very explicit. Out of line of
sight.
The game says if if you go into line of sight of a hidden person and they're not a rogue, they become unhidden.
Yeah, so they just see you. So then, so those are the rules there. So it would stop things that you have to be within line of sight for. They would have to go find you again. But yeah, hiding is not good for a non-rogue. It just, I don't think that it's great.
That's always true.
I mean,
I was just
Ranger.
Because it's like, since it says now they're at disadvantage to attack you, and it's like, well, wait, are they not at disadvantage if I don't hide?
Check against you, not just attacking.
Right. So like, if I just hide behind a wall, if I just move behind a wall and don't take the hidden condition, are they not at disadvantage?
Well, they would be based off of the thing that Charles just read. If you are covered in a reasonable sense, it usually would confer disadvantage to them. But also, disadvantage, I'm pretty sure in this game is cumulative.
I think so, yeah.
So you can have multiple disadvantages.
You roll an extra you rolled an extra fear dice, right?
I believe so.
You know what it is? You roll 2 fear dice.
When you roll with disadvantage,
they changed it back to the boost dice. Boost and veins.
Yeah, so when you roll with disadvantage, you subtract a d6 disadvantage die from your total. So you roll it all, and one of them is a penalty.
So basically, if you get multiple disadvantages for being behind something and being hidden and doing this and that, then they would have to roll multiple dice and take the worst one. I think that's Lancer rules. I think they used Lancer rules last time I checked.
Yeah.
Where's the rules glossary? Do they have a rules glossary in this lovely PDF they made?
Maybe, maybe not. I know on Demiplane I'm looking at it. And has advantage, you have disadvantage. Blah, blah.
Oh, here we go. 106.
Yeah. Yeah, multiple disadvantage dice do stack.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was sort of the only question I had about the rules, because sometimes we miss stuff, or I miss stuff, and it's like there's a very clear definition that I missed, so nothing else makes sense until I've got that one definition. So I thought maybe it was the same thing that was happening here.
No worries,
but I think that you got it right, and I think that hidden is just not super useful unless you can stay in it like a rogue. Which, I mean, like you said, James, it's mostly true in every other game. But like Rangers, that's where I always got, like, a Ranger or a Bard or anybody who focused on stealth would still be fine in D&D, where in this game, ain't nobody but the rogue. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. I don't think that I hate it.
But I
really don't.
I don't know that that's not something that someone else can't get, is what I'm saying.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
I'm unsure.
It's true.
Genuinely. So
yeah, I'm sure invisibility, if there exists.
That comes with this playtest packet, the playtest manuscript is 400 pages.
Yeah.
So, you know, they added a lot of cool stuff to it. Like, I'd love to keep going down the list of what we've got here, but it looks like it's mostly a lot of oversight and then going into our list of everything that changed, which is everything.
Yeah, which I don't.
And
I think what will go ahead.
No, go ahead. I've been talking so much today. I can talk less.
Oh no. The only thing that I was going to say is I think what it's going to take for this with Daggerheart, unlike maybe a lot of other games, is we're just going to have to play it again.
Hey, you know what's
we're
fun?
Just going to have to play it again.
Is there is a whole new tier 2 adventure called The Marauders of Windfall. And from what I overheard from the video, this is more intrigue.
Interesting.
Is it level like level 4?
Wait, is
level
it
5?
Marauders of Windfall? Or no, it was the Fires. Philip, what was the other one called?
I think Windfall is
the
right.
Banners?
Yeah, that one. What is it called?
I think it's the Burning Banners.
Yeah, the Burning Banners, I believe I heard was an intrigue one.
Yeah, I see in a 5 banners burning campaign.
5 banners burning, yeah. Which I wonder if that's a call out to the whatever the Candles game was. I forget.
Obscura?
No, not Candela Obscura. It's like 6 candles, 10 candles, something candles, some number of candles. I forget.
I would not. 16 candles?
No, that's not what it is.
It could be, okay.
No. Stop.
I never watch it. It could be 16 candles, all right? Maybe 15.
Sure.
Is that the one where everybody
99.
gets a candle and you have to like burn like little story pieces that you burn?
I think. I don't know if it's a reference or if it's just a really sick ass name though. But they have a tier 2 adventure and they also have another one. I'm trying to look through the packets I downloaded right now rather than plugging around on Demiplane because I want to keep it on a single page here that I can actually show stuff on. But something that I'm very interested in, and I want to talk about it, is they made a bunch of like so many different chapters of good use stuff. Chapter 3 is running an adventure. Chapter 4 is adversaries and environments. Chapter 5 is creating your world. Chapter 6 is balance adversary features, environment, and it doesn't have homebrew suggestions yet, but
yeah,
I think it like has deep into running a campaign and optional campaign frames, which I love.
Mm-hmm.
And it is build your own campaign frame, which is essentially each campaign frame includes the following elements: a pitch to present to the players, an overview of the campaign's background, suggestions for campaign tones and themes, plus cultural touchstones that shaped it, guidance on how certain communities, ancestries, and classes fit into the settings, principles for players and GMs to consider during the campaign. So they have all of these different like layout pieces, and then they have the Wither Wild, which is one campaign frame. They have like 2, 3, 4 pages on it, just as like the example. And they give you so many juicy little things, and it gives you in here somewhere, I do believe, is custom campaign frames, which they have not included yet, but they will be including. And so I think, and it's the homebrew guide. So they're giving you how to customize classes and subclasses, ancestries, communities, domains, campaign frames, adversaries, and environments, which environments were another thing that were added more recently. That is it's like layer actions, but on a stick, basically.
Yeah, you can just take it with you. It's a banner.
Yeah, exactly. And so I like I wish to dive more into this, and it was the one that drew the short straw because I did not know that they had the big update coming for this as well as D&D. But
Yeah.
there is a lot to unpack here. But I do think that the Daggerheart playtest has been way more frenetic, and like I get a scurrying about vibe from it, you know? Like they're doing all of these extra things to make sure that stuff is working correctly and fixed, and they try to answer all of the issues that people are having with the balance and all of the things to it. And it's just like they're doing so much. Possibly
Yeah, they
too
are.
much.
I mean, yeah, they have a velocity that is intense. I don't understand. But yeah, it makes it a little bit harder to track, but I think that they're trying to get to market, honestly. That's what it looks like to me. Now, that's not to say that they're doing it too fast. Like they know what speed they can do.
Yeah.
It just makes it a little bit harder compared to other games to keep up with. Which is fine. Like that's not a big deal. We would just need to be playing it.
Yeah, we would need to be playing. We need to be playing a lot of these games.
It's true. I mean,
Just more days.
Yeah, I think that, Shoot the Shit will probably turn into the true one shot part of plus one shot because, none of the other ones are one shot. Probably because it's a good time for it.
He
and,
keeps running them. Guys, I'm just going to run a small City of Mist campaign. It's not going to take long, okay? Like 4 sessions.
I mean, we're like 2/3 of the way through Splinters of Faith. Maybe not even. Maybe just halfway.
No, I think
as far as numbers of things. Okay. I'm like, as far as numbers of things that we still need to do in the prophecy, I think, yeah, okay, 2/3 then. Yeah. I mean, it happens, you want to just keep playing those games.
Yeah. But I mean, I will say much in the same way I've skimmed it today. I did not put any amount of what I should have put into this if we were just talking about this. But let's talk about since I think we're all out of things to talk about for Daggerheart mostly.
Yeah.
Let's talk
just too many changes.
Again.
The armor. Oh
yeah, I can't wait to. Yeah,
they
have
changed,
so many freaking slots.
They changed the armor. They changed the thresholds. They're changing the damage. They changed how the damage scales based off proficiency, and they've done so many changes, and they have over the course of these last 4 months just pumped out changes after change. And on top of that, with D&D doing all of the UA stuff, finally culminating in this giant presentation, and it's going to be worse because August 1st, everybody's going to start telling us what the game's actually going to be as best they can. And then MCDM is just going to quietly keep publishing out their stuff to the patrons and their live updates, which are just basically like MCDM is the CNN of TTRPGs. They're not trying to make it glamorous. They're just trying to provide information and letting you parse it at your speed. D&D is trying to ritz everything up. It's very studio. It's very glamorous, and it's got a lot of bells and whistles put onto it. It looks gorgeous, and it's probably
it really does
mostly be the same game.
Yes,
but it's going to give us enough changes to the core mechanics of the classes that it'll be a nice shiny coat on them, which is what most people really want. And then you have Daggerheart, which you just hear a lot of loud banging, drilling, and other industrial noises coming out of a hole in the wall, and then the mouse pops out and hops up on a chair and goes, "All right, guys, here's where we are. I gotta get back in there. It's gonna fall apart." And they just
imagine them as like Doc Brown.
Yeah, exactly. And then they run back into their hole, and then they're just like, "Well, I'll be back."
Yeah. You go play that. You tell us how that was. We'll be right back.
Feedback, post, and which, by the way, please, folks, we say we need to be running more of these things, and I will try to run us another Daggerheart thing because I am interested. But gosh damn it, if I don't want to not run just play tests, and I want to, play some of the other things that we talked about too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, when the packet comes out, like I'm interested in running MCDM. That should be within a month or two, probably, giving them as much time as possible there. Like DC-20, I was looking at to get up to speed so I could run that as well. I mean, we talked about Beacon.
Yeah.
I talked about Fabula Ultimate.
Still been playing. Yeah, I really want to get my hands on Fabula Ultimate because I have not had a chance for that. I have been playing a lot of Beacon, and I have been enjoying myself. And
well, that's good.
I will say that I did the bad thing. I love my character. I'm going to tell you about my character for a second. I'm sorry. But in Beacon, I'm playing a Lightbringer whose sect worships a glowing beam of light called the Beacon. The GM went very on the nose for it. But he is an arsenal, and so he makes light weapons and then fights with them. And so it's kind of like a torchbearer Green Lantern style kind of protector character. But every single time we do downtime actions, I have said I want to go do an adventure, because like you can basically go and do a miniature adventure in your downtime,
right,
for the possible chance of a loot reward.
But
mostly I did it because I imagined that my character, who is Gabriev, based very much off one of the archetypes that I play, just the good savant fighter boy who wants to make sure that everyone around him is okay, and so he'll just wander the town, find a random NPC that's in trouble, and save them or help them out in some way. I have done this 3 times now. I have plus 20 critted all 3 times. And each time that I did it, I got a legendary artifact item as my reward, except for this last time. Instead, this last time, what I got was something called oversized weapon. Oversized weapon is Lancer's overpower caliber, but you have to find it in a loot drop in order to be allowed to use it in this game. And I did.
And bad things are going to happen.
I now have a 4d6 plus 3 weapon with reliable 6.
Reliable 6. Does reliable 6 means you can't roll lower than that?
Reliable 6 is you will deal at least that much piercing damage to an enemy.
Yeah, no matter what. Yeah, so, okay.
So I have saved this young boy's dog, and then I helped him save a whole bunch of other animals, and then finally I helped him find a friend in the forest, but there wasn't really their friend. It was an evil person. I found him a real friend instead.
So what you're saying is you could play Beacon again as not this character who is now ridiculous. Is that what you're trying to say?
I could. I mean, it's fun to be ridiculous, but I could.
Yeah, of course.
It's one of those. It has continued to be a fun and tactical game that is much like Lancer, completely underpowered to play against the characters.
Right.
Even with our GM's best attempts, like he is able to make it harder by dragging it out, but it's a fun game, and there's so many fun games that exist out there to play, and no time.
No, it's fine. Like I said, I think what we may do in the future for this is do a playtest and then talk about the system. Like, I think that's a good evolution of this, and then once we've gone through a few, we just go back to talking for a bit.
Yeah, could work. I definitely think that could work.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I clear out this time just about every Friday that I can. So
that's true. But so let's talk a little bit more, because the zeitgeist of tabletop has gone insane, and the reason that we did a triple header of D&D, Daggerheart, and MCDM is because, I mean, MCDM was the lightest of them, and even still, if you accumulate the updates that came, but since the last time we talked about it, holy fuck, there is so much to try to follow if you're trying to follow games as they're being teased, right?
Yeah.
And there are so many games coming out. Like, again, we just talked about those big 3. But I listed without even having any effort or looking. I was able to list those other 9 just off the top of my head. And
Right.
those are big publishing companies. Those are not indie publishers. And I
Mm-hmm.
know personally indie publishers, and I know like
Mm-hmm.
we like Beacon, we like Fabula. Those are indie games that have just
Mm-hmm.
had wildly well designed setups. There's Lancer, which is basically self published by Abaddon. There's yeah. It's good stuff. I still want to bite into Girl by Moonlight. There are so many good
Right.
games coming out,
Yeah.
and it's made none the easier by this crazy explosion that happened because of the the OGL debacle.
OGL. Yeah.
Is
It was. Go ahead.
that was it, right? Like it feels like
Yeah.
that was the thing.
I mean, some people had ideas before, like MCDM says that they were always going to do it, but it accelerated it. And I think that was similar with Cobalt Press. I think that was similar with a lot of other people. I don't believe Daggerheart is one of those. I think that they were just going anyway, and it just worked for them. But I'm not sure. I don't follow them quite as closely. And of course, Pathfinder's just doing their own thing no matter what.
Pathfinder made 2
Pfizer's out there doing their own shit
without any provocation. By the way,
Yeah.
I will say something unkind about DC-20 here real quick. DC-20 is
Okay.
just what you get if you make a love child between 5e and Pathfinder 2nd edition. I don't
Sure.
understand what new is being brought to the table yet from everything I read. It feels like he's using the 3 action economy system from Pathfinder 2e, and he's just slotting a bunch of advantage and other things that come from D&D 5e where it suits.
Yeah, it was so dense that it was hard for me to really grok it too. That's another one that I think might have to be played to really, really see. But I don't disagree. This is probably like a D&D 4.75. What we call it, 5.
Oh, that's right. The other things were from 4e. I apologize. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying I'm trying to put together Pathfinder, which was 3.75, but it's the second version, so it's probably like 3.9. And then you got D&D 5th edition, so it pushes it. So it's probably 4 point something.
Yeah.
D&D 4 point something.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Get all the
I mean,
out.
I don't know. I don't know if it plays like 4 or not, right? Because we haven't really played it. I am interested in it just because it had such a groundswell, and I had never watched the guy before. Right? I don't watch a whole lot of creators, and watching him, it was infectious. His exuberance for it, like the first video that I watched, I was like, okay, all right. And then I read it, and then I watched the next one, and I'm like, okay, no, I could see how this could be fun. I could see how you had a lot of good new ideas, and I want to see how it works, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know that they're super different. Yeah, I don't know that it's not just Pathfinder and D&D 5th.
For me, I think it's funny because having involved myself in all of those different systems, and I just tertiarily because of my Monday night games and things like that, I have involved myself in so many different versions of so many different similar systems at this point that, like, as he's like, and I had this revolutionary idea, and I'm like, 3 systems that already did that.
Yeah. It's so a lot of combination, right?
For me, a lot of his, like, it feels almost like I'm being, I don't know, it hits me different. It hits different for me. Like, it hits me as like someone's trying to sell me something, and I know I already have it in my house.
I get that, yeah. I can understand that. Like,
I don't know that that's me being fair, or maybe I just don't like his cadence.
It could be. Yeah, that definitely could be. I mean, like I said, I hadn't watched them before for any of his other content. I've only watched them for the DC-20 stuff. I mean, like, I remember going through DC-20 and looking at Monk and going, stances? I'm in.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
you have a class called the Commander? All right.
Yeah, he did have a lot of, like, interesting ideas for bolt-ons for the classes that I did listen to. It was just...
Right.
They were all bolt-ons, so I was like, that sounds like 4th edition. That sounds like this edition. That came from here. I remember these abilities in the fighter class for Pathfinder.
So yeah, I could see how what you're looking for is something not even wholly new, but something with enough new twists that it does feel that way. I mean, because when you look at Fabula or Beacon or I mean MCDM or Daggerheart, there's enough. I feel.
Yeah. There's something new to be added, and I don't necessarily even know that I don't have a problem with someone being like, I took all the good parts that I like, because that's what Daggerheart is.
Right.
Daggerheart's all the good stuff
Yeah.
in every game I've ever played, like thrown into one game, and I'm like, there's no way this works, but god damn it if I'm not going to try to play it because it looks amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's roll D20s.
And you know, yeah, I don't know. I want to get into DC 20. That's one that I really want to get into. I want to look at Icon one of these days as well. Which
Icon,
is another.
Going back to it would be another one, because just Abaddon's Divine philosophies are just fun for me.
Yeah,
and
very cool.
He does a lot of stuff that makes it play like a tactics game.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to be playing Valor soon-ish.
So heard.
Yeah, so that'll be interesting and fun. I've never played it before. It's more of a point-buy creation system. We'll see how that works. It'll be heavily skinned to be in Final Fantasy 14 and all. But that'll be fun to look into, and I can't wait to talk about that on the show, and maybe we'll have a guest when we do that. That could be fun.
That'd be super fun to watch, I think.
Yeah.
Do you all remember the system? I think we played it a little bit. I'm not sure. The D20 Modern.
Yeah, I remember us playing that, and I know that there's a newer one that came out for that recently too, right?
Right.
Yep. They got a bunch of the original writers and creators, and it's called Everyday Heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
So it's the same way where you have the strong heroes, the agile heroes.
I just thought there's so many games, and I'm actively going out of my way to try to learn about them. And I still feel like I'm coming up short because I have a day job.
Yeah.
And I feel like even the content creators are like, I have to pick one. That's terrifying.
Really.
But then again, they do more editing on their videos, so that's fair.
Yes. Yeah.
The reason I wanted to bring up Everyday Heroes is because what they're spending the money that they make on it is to buy licensing agreements. So they have the actual license agreements for you to play The Crow, Universal Soldier, Rambo, King Kong, Escape from LA, and Pacific Rim. Like, they are the official, like, it's the real story. So if you want to play Rambo,
interesting.
you can in Everyday Heroes. I have The Crow and Universal Soldier. The only thing that I think is weird is that it's like The Crow is a wisdom hero. So like it's an entire book with like 6 different things, but they're all wisdom based.
Got you.
Or wise. It's technically a wise hero. So like if you couldn't have a party of The Crow, because then you would all just be wise heroes. Universal Soldier, they're all strong heroes. So you couldn't, I mean, I guess you could just have an army of strong heroes if you wanted them to all be Universal Soldiers, but like you'd be very stagnant, you know?
Oh my God. That reminded me that there is another Final Fantasy based tabletop RPG that I did not know about until I was looking at the Final Fantasy 14 TTRPG, and someone was like, oh, well, this one not only does like 14 stuff, but it also has tactics and other ones. And I'm like, oh God, how long has this been around? It's been around forever. I don't even know what it's called. Right. But it just got big updates recently. And I'm like, I can't. But D20 Modern always reminds me of Naruto because of the strong hero, the fast hero, the whatever. You know, it always reminds me of that.
Yeah, that's what we.
Boy.
Yeah.
I was smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll do a one shot of that.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a one shot because I'll die otherwise. Or whoever's running it doesn't have to be me. Because good God, making characters.
What, Naruto? No thanks. I don't want to run that.
You're like, no, I would like to have a life, thank you.
I don't want to. No, because the whole process for building enemies in that thing was build a character sheet. No thanks.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Mhm.
build a character sheet for 20 years just to have that character die and do it.
Yeah.
I remember
yeah,
that Kuraguma
fair.
that you made for us. I bounced that bitch into the sky.
Yeah, it's true. Blasted off like Team Rocket.
Yeah, and then into
But-
an ice or earth spike that I shot at him. It was not fun for him.
But yeah, I think I really think that we should just start playing some of these. I know it's hard. I will volunteer as tribute for whichever one you decide, maybe in a month or so,
Uh-huh.
and we'll just start playing them.
Sounds good to me. I mean, the
Yeah.
whole point of doing this was to talk about a little bit like what's going on with the state of
Yeah.
everything exploding right now. But the other point of it was to get all of these talks out of the way about these systems so that we didn't have them sitting and delaying us for 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
I did want to talk about them. I did want to have us just, hash it out. But also, I would like us to get back to the things that we wanted to be rolling dice for. So,
Yeah.
100%. Yeah.
And I would love, especially as we get into more playtesting for some of these, to play it here, talk about it here, and then submit our feedback,
Yeah.
I think it'd be
Like we
great.
did for
it's a good flow.
Daggerheart. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. And if I guess people are listening to this, so if you'd like to see us do that, you could tell us which one of these you like the most, and we may take that into account.
There
I'm
may
not
or may
saying
not
that
be
we
a
are
YouTube
going to.
video. You may or may not be able to do comments, likes, notification bell.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
All those
All the
sorts of things. Yeah.
Please subscribe and hit that bell for notifications.
Yeah, but no,
You could.
seriously, we'll survive off feedback. That should be fine. Yeah, we can. I'll ask Michelle, the great overarcher lord, to please post a poll on the X. See if we get any hits on that. But yeah, that's basically everything that we wanted to talk about for today. I think it's been a solid 3. We'll call it like that. She's the one who runs the account. I exist there occasionally and do tiny silly little posts. And then I hit the play button. Oh, sorry, Twitter. My bad. No, you're right. It's Twitter. What am I thinking?
Oh, that's
I said
true.
a weird word.
Fair. That's right. Yeah, I was like, is it quite 3 a.m. your time yet?
No, it is only 1:37 in the morning.
Oh my goodness. We're doing well.
We got through all 3 of those systems in under 4 hours. I am proud of us.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm
absolutely
also like, I do want to talk just a little bit more about like what these big games are doing though. Like I'm very interested to see like how they're going to end up affecting the tabletop space, right?
Sure.
Because a lot of people are like blah blah D&D killer, blah blah, the new best, blah blah this. I'm not really concerned about that. The thing that I'm actually concerned about is the idea of like there's so much. Run a 10 candles one shot with a My Little Pony theme. Why don't we just run Adventures in Equestria? Like that's a whole book, and that actually has a scaling dice system to it that's not bad, and encourages being team players. We could all be every ponies.
I will take your word for it, and I will play it gladly, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
It is. They actually did make a. I think it was Mark Humes ran a one shot of My Little Pony Adventures in Equestria, and it didn't seem that bad, and it seemed like it had an interesting unified system for being an adventuring party, and like the mechanic was helping each other over crises rather than like fighting.
Interesting. I know Avatar: The Last Airbender, not the blue people. Legends has a similar like working through emotions type thing, but it's powered by the apocalypse, if I remember correctly, or close to it.
That's going to get on the list. You better be careful.
Don't tempt me. I'll run it.
So cutesy 10 candles. That's a thought. We were talking about 10 candles earlier. So
It's a tragic horror game, so yeah, they all die.
yeah.
Oh, is it? Okay, that's great. I'm down. Turn me in the glue.
No.
It'll help my friends, probably.
Send me to the knackers. It's fine. Oh no, but so that's I just I'm I'm worried for the tabletop space just because there's so much overload in it now that
Yeah.
did he turn the comment with the smile with the frowny face? I I'm wondering if these are going to crowd out space that would be given to indie games otherwise.
Really
you know?
indie ground floor stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, how is Daggerheart and MCDM not indie?
Because Critical Role and MCDM have thousands upon thousands of fans who were willing to give them multiple $1 million Kickstarters.
But I mean, isn't indie just mean it's not one of the big publishers?
But
Like
I would
they're an
argue that
independent, they're standalone.
I would argue that Darrington Press is in fact one of the big publishers now. They make their own board games, they make their own systems.
Fair. And I could see how you could see MCDM like Kobold Press.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that MCDM is the same. Like Kobold Press is for everything that people don't know. Kobold Press is a juggernaut in the industry of independent tabletop RPG. Like ever since they were making the Monster Vaults that they did, they are an actual company with actual employees that is a multi-million-dollar company.
Yeah.
Without any of the press publishing videos, anything that makes them a popular online thing. They just sell their books.
Okay.
People like James Hake and James Introcasto and all sorts of other people cut their teeth over at Kobold Press.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of people who've worked there used to or have worked in the past or did work in the future after working with actual Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah, so you're talking about like single creator type stuff.
Yeah.
You're talking about Lancer.
I'm talking about Beacon. I'm talking about Fabula, but Fabula got a big media push. I'm talking about games that I don't know the name to because they get drowned out in the noise. There's so much going on.
Gubat Banwa. That's one that I want to play one day.
The only person that I know who talks about that game is Dragon Kid.
Yeah, absolutely. Or Fist, which he also talks about, which is like a weird Metal Gear Solid, supernatural, paranormal, very high lethality game.
Yeah.
Which I have. But yeah, I haven't looked into.
But I wonder what the effect on the tabletop space is going to be with all of this signal overload, right? Because we're just listening to MCDM, Daggerheart, and the occasional other thing with D&D in the mix, and we're booked for months just doing that.
Fair.
Basically.
That is fair. That is fair, but I think that these are all going to boom by June of next year. They will all be out. I think that what I realistically think is going to happen is there's going to be a second boom of third-party stuff for all of this, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if people are going to wade back into the D&D waters with the OGL and all that sort of stuff, but MCDM is primed for it. Daggerheart is probably going to be primed for it, right? I really feel like they're going to want people to do third party and people are going to be inspired to do so. So maybe we'll see more of that, and then maybe we'll hit that cycle again. People will make third party, then make their own thing, and then maybe we're getting into a cycle again.
So it could be better.
In which we haven't been. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I remember the late 90s when there was a bunch of systems I had no idea about. None of them. When I saw White Wolf, I was like, oh man, this is brand new. Where was this?
And
it's been here for 10 years? I had no idea. Yeah. Says the guy playing a vampire game right now, right? Aren't you?
I'm not in a
Same.
vampire game right now. We're still playing Beacon, but once we're done with Beacon, we will be transferring to Vampire. And I have
Mm-hmm.
pulled
Mm-hmm.
Philip in because I know that he's been wanting to play the new system.
Yes.
He has already made
Um,
his character, and I'm halfway done with mine. But
What else was there? Was
I'm
like
gonna be
Earth Dawn.
using- what? Earth Dawn?
Yes.
What?
Yeah. Earth Dawn is from the 90s. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
I think what's going to happen is that people are going to sort of split their attention between a bunch of different games, right? Like some people have just left D&D. They're tired of it,
Yep.
and they're going to follow Critical Role into Daggerheart, right? Some people truly feel that MCDM is the best bet. They love what they can do and how they're going about it, and they're going to follow that. And I think it's going to cause their sort of like multiple companies to sort of create a good amount of competition between each other. So that way they need to keep, I don't want to say innovating, but they need to keep making stuff so that people want to stay, or maybe pull. D&D's like, oh man, we got to try and pull some people from Daggerheart. Let's do this thing, and they'll make something. While Daggerheart's going to do something that's like, we need to pull people from D&D. And I think we're going to sort of, it'll cause a lot of fighting between the companies, in which we end up winning because
Yeah.
of all the stuff.
Yeah, we benefit.
I hope.
Yeah. That is what I'm hoping as well. But yeah, I can see the not quite fear, but the possibility of drowning out the single creators, right?
Yeah.
I can definitely see that. And I think, and it's another symptom of not having, right, a great. We have a bunch of creators who are awesome, but we do not have like centralized sites other than like Drive-Thru RPG. There's Rascal, who is independent journalism about tabletop RPGs now, but like it's going to require people to signal boost them. And I think that by a year and a half from now, I think people are going to be ready to do that because everything will be out. So I think maybe they'll do it for a short term, but I think that this boom is here to stay. I really do think, because Daggerheart's going to pull so many people in. I mean, MCDM is going to bring some people into the. I don't think that it will bring as many new people into
make
the
some
entire
grognard
hobby.
switch systems for a bit, I think, at
Sure.
least.
Absolutely. But I think Daggerheart's probably going to be the big pull of new players. D&D is still going to be there and still rocking. Nothing will kill D&D. Only D&D can kill D&D.
And God, if they didn't try.
Just like WoW.
Yeah.
Only WoW can kill WoW. Only D&D can kill D&D.
Yeah. I do wonder if after all this effort, it's going to end up like capsizing D&D, and it's going to end up with a system where we get another 4E on our hands and nobody plays their licensed product that's new for the next 5-year cycle.
It could. It could.
I wonder if that's good for the system or not. I don't know. I don't want that for Jeremy Crawford and Chris Perkins. I think those two do amazing work. But
absolutely. But I think that there needs to be a little bit of a shakeup, because, I mean, yes, there's a new version of this, but it is 10 years old.
Yeah.
And the ideas in it are longer than that. I mean, they're like 15 years old in the tabletop space. So I would like to see them take more in than they are, because they're not. Let's not, like, there's a lot of new stuff for all the classes and stuff like that, but there's not new ideas from other systems all that much. And
they classified
maybe they're in the adventures, but that's it.
They classified a lot of what I would have called gems as bathwater, and they threw it out. They had a baby in there too somewhere, so.
Yeah. So I think that, maybe the cycle will continue with them taking a good hard look and doing that. But I think they might be the only ones of everybody we talked about today who have shareholders. And that changes the entire calculus.
It does.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Right. They can't. Yeah, they can't take a gamble. At least that big of a gamble, because they still have to be profitable no matter what, and they still have to have growth no matter what. Just is the way that it is. So I don't know. D&D is I have no idea what they're thinking of in the future.
It's
no idea.
It's very interesting because hearing, I forget if it was Colville or someone else who did like a video essay on it, but hearing about how WotC essentially saved Dungeons and Dragons
Yes. Yep.
because it was going and spiraling down a hole, and then they made third edition after buying it.
Yeah.
And it was very much a labor of love. It was all the guys who made Magic being like, hey, we have more money than God right now. What can we do with that? And one of them went, D&D is going to fall apart. Want to go own that? And they were like, fucking yeah.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
I make big nerd bank. The first thing I do is buy Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely true. I mean, that goes without saying, you know. And so I don't want to cast Hasbro as a villain. I do, but I don't. I really don't want to do that.
It'd be very easy to not
but I don't want
to, but it's hard since they are.
But maybe there's a hiccup. Shareholders get scared and D&D does end up somewhere else. Maybe. I mean, that's an option. Failure is always an option, right?
Usually, yeah.
So, yeah, usually. So it's like, I don't know. But like short term, I think we're going to see a third party boom and maybe, yes, a slowdown in first part. Well, not first party, but indie creator.
Well,
maybe.
Since we all know that, as bards have shown us, words are magic. They are the words of creation. I'd like to speak this into the world real quick, and that is this. I would like anybody who hears this message to consider advocating for third-party stuff being created for Fabula, Beacon, Daggerheart, MCDM, any other games that are not D&D. Hey, there's a downtime where you can't make stuff for new 5th edition anyway because they're not releasing their SRD until next year.
I think so, yeah.
So
yeah, I think so.
Make stuff that's third party for the new things. Work with those creators, figure out ways to be allowed to figure out the correct channels to make the stuff, because what we definitely want is the person who always wins in or who always won, I guess, because we're in a digital age now. The analog video player war was the one who was adopted by the porn.
Absolutely,
Third-party supplements are the porn of tabletop RPGs. And so all of you...
Can I quote you on that?
Yes. And all of you porn producers out there who are listening to me right now, and by porn producers, I mean third-party supplement producers for tabletop RPGs.
And porn producers, too,
Please consider making your porn for somebody who isn't 5th edition. Spread the love. And by love, I mean porn. And by porn, I mean third-party supplements.
You could, yes, put my name down on this message. Yeah, absolutely, same.
Yes.
You had me at porn, yeah.
I mean, that's what creates all the best technology.
So anyway, we're at 4 hours and 1 minute, so I feel like that's a pretty good time to end for.
We were gonna sign off, and then you started talking about porn and third-party stuff, man. Like I don't know that it's our fault.
Not the sexual kind.
James.
The extra stuff that third-party people create.
I mean,
it's a metaphor.
Yes, it's a veiled metaphor and nothing else. So anyway, I've been James, and to my stage right is Charles, and to his stage right is Philip. We have been +1 Shoot the Shit, which is part of the +1 Shots channel. We will be back in 2 weeks. Hopefully we end up playing something new. We'll keep you guys posted. But in the meantime, everybody who's here, thanks for watching us. If I have the ability to transfer us over to somebody, I might throw us at a friend of the channel who's running a RPG game still. Oh. Philip, yes? No?
Yep, they're still going.
Is it on Sly's channel?
It is Sly's channel, yeah.
Okay.
Can I
raid?
And if so, how?
Oh, I don't know the button for that.
I've not done this in forever. Oh gosh.
But as you look for it, so yeah, they're playing the Final Fantasy 14 TTRPG, the little preview that we got, the starter set. So if you're interested in that, stay tuned because we'll figure it out. Probably.
Maybe.
I believe in you.
Creator dashboard, tools, streaming tools. Crowd control, blah, blah, blah. Nope.
Do you like? Is it a text command? Like, I can
Click the parachute.
While you're
Mar-
still
Mark is
streaming.
saying
Oh,
click.
okay.
Yeah.
I can do.
Oh yeah, you just slash raid.
Yeah, /raid. So anybody who wants, go ahead and click the parachute. I don't know what that means, Mark. But I think I can figure it out. Charles, you know Sly's channel name, right? Sly, aka Gray Fox.
Yeah, I can send it. Yeah, that should be it. Yeah, but I could send it to you if.
Yeah, aka Gray Fox. Sly, aka Gray Fox.
Yep.
And we'll go ahead and throw a raid their way, everybody. Thanks so much for. I do have the raid manager up, but I don't see a parachute on the thing. Stream manager. Stream preview, no.
Technology.
Parachute. Wait, raid channel. Oh, hey.
There it goes.
Mark, you rock. We'll go ahead and throw a raid at Sly. So everybody hang tight and thanks for showing up.
Yeah, see you next time.
Bye. Remember the end screen though.
Oh yeah.